Well, hello. About 2 years ago, you saw a video, if you're a regular visitor to the channel, or I at least produced a video, documenting the first 2 years of the build of this beautiful Hurricane Cobra, which is now complete. What you're about to see is a compilation video of the following 2 years after that video, leading up to the completion of this beautiful car. And in fact, how much I'm enjoying it. It's just a wonderful piece of machinery that I love. Hope you enjoy this. Alright, just a little bit later, I've got the headlights mounted up. Let's run a test and see if they work, and then we can move on to the parking lights and the tail lights. It looks like we're good to go. Okay, well, a couple hours in, I had some problems with the signal lights relating to the fancy new plugs that I bought. Now, whether it's due to cheap Amazon Chinese parts or idiot operator error, could go either way. But I went back after not being able to get the passenger side to work right and then having problems with the driver's side again. I decided to use my old tried and true faithful spade connectors. Now, I know you're going to see some wires dangling underneath. What's going to happen is I put the body on it to cut everything to length. That way I can make sure that everything lines up. When the body comes back off again, which will be very soon, I will then loom everything, get it nice and neat, and tucked away where it belongs. But let's see what we've got. Turning on the headlights, which you'll see here, is very simple. We've got headlights and parking lights on this side and on this side. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this down right here so we can take a look at a few things. We have a signal light here, and if we come over here to this side, angle this down just a little bit. We've got signal lights and headlights to this side, and of course if we angle it up just a little bit, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, I'll show it on the wall here. High beams work.
couple of questions over multiple social media accounts regarding the taillight selection that I did and what was involved in swapping them, because the Hurricane Cobra, at least in the version that I ordered, came stock with the cutouts for the square or rectangular, or what I call them, the coffin shaped tail lights, and I preferred the Lucas model, which was the twin round ones on either side. A couple of questions that people had on those, and I'm going to post pictures of both of those real quick right here to show you the difference between the two. I had some people question, first of all, what the difference between the two was, what the specifics were, and the information out there is a little bit varied. Some people have stated that they did the switch from the square tail lights to the Lucas version for safety's sake, because the round ones were larger and brighter and were safer as a result versus the small square ones. But I've actually done some research on this, and let me read to you exactly what the official word is from some of the Shelby sites that I've seen. This is a post from 2005, way back in 2005. Let me read this to you. It says, the square taillights date back to the first generation of Cobra. They are the taillight assembly from the Hillman Minx. They were used throughout the CSX 2000 series, which were the original 260, 289 versions starting in 1962, and into the CSX 3000 series. All 427 competition and semi-competition models had the square tail lights. The first 100 street 427s, now the street 427 is what I am modeling mine after. The first 100 street 427s had the square lamps. It has been said that they were switched to the round style due to unavailability of the squares. The cutover was done at CSX 3200, meaning that the last 160 cars had the round tail lights. Now, depending on who the manufacturer of the replica that you buy is, will determine which they actually use. I know for a fact Factory 5 goes with the Lucas style. ERA, I think there's an option between the two. Hurricane originally was, they had the street version and the competition version, and they offered both depending on which model of Cobra you bought. But considering mine was the second to last serial number out of the Iowa factory before they sold to the current owners in Indiana, and mine was actually the last body built and the last one out.
Welcome back. Last video was on the wiring. What we're going to be doing now is a quick video lining up and mocking up the area to drill the holes for the splitter for the grill. This is a piece that goes in a 66 and 67 street version of Cobra. Kind of breaks up the open mouth of the Cobra without having a makeshift grill in it that a lot of people use on these. I looked long and hard for this, got it from Action Cobra. It is actually made for the Kirkham version of Cobras, but it fits the mouth on the Hurricanes quite well. Let's see what it's going to look like and get to work. Now what I've done here, this is the one of the keys to the street version Cobra. This is the splitter, which acts as a little bit of a spoiler that goes in the grill section of the 66 and 67 street versions. I've marked off the mounting points for the pivot up here, and I've put my metal brace in the back and marked it off where it's going to go so I can drill holes in it and mount it in the back. But that's basically what it's going to look like. You saw the stainless trim that I had held up to the front just to make sure all of it's going to clear. And I think this is going to line up really nice and be a really nice addition to the car. Let's get a closer look at it here. Let me take my camera off here and get a closer look at it here. The way this mounts is you've got pivot holes here and here drilled into the side of the body, and then you've got this brace in the back that mounts above, and then you've got screws that go into the bottom of it, and that basically just mounts that right there, and it's got a nice amount of pitch to where it's going to look nice and neat. You see I've got my pilot holes drilled here now. This right here is the line that goes on that bar right there. I just basically come in there. When I pull the bar back out, once I mark the holes, I'm going to pull the body off before I actually remove that. It's clamped on now. But essentially what you do is I'll drill 2 holes to bolt that bar in there. And then at the bottom of it, I'll line this up and drill a couple of holes across and tap it in with self-tappers. And that'll hold it in really nice and neat. That's essentially all I can do on the mocking up on that until the body comes back off. I've got my pilot holes drilled where my mounting screws go in the nose, as I pointed out, and I've got it marked where the bar goes on this particular piece here, so we can drill the holes once the body is off and I get the bar situated and mounted to the inside beams of that. Today we're back on the Cobra, and today we're doing one of the more, frankly, the more nerve-wracking and scary parts of the build, and that is dealing with the windshield. Because if you're familiar with these cars at all, you know that the fragility of the windshield of these cars is only surpassed by the expense of them. They're enormously expensive and very breakable. There's a reason why I'm doing this today. No, it's not for the permanent install, but I'm going to set everything up. You have to set it up with a 52.5-degree angle, and I'm drilling the holes for the windshield wipers. So I'm going to make sure that my pilot holes are in place. Let me show you what we got. Turning the camera around here, you see these pilot holes I have drilled here. Those are the locations recommended by Hurricane. I'm going to be putting the windshield, which is right over there, into position, trying to bolt it into place and see if the wipers line up, and if that's the case, I'll go ahead and drill these out and mount my windshield wiper motors. I've got the holes marked where it's got to sit. Now I'm going to get out my wiper kit and measure that and see if it actually will work. Looks like that's going to be just about right. I'm going to go ahead and take the windshield out now, and I'm going to drill the holes and put the windshield wiper mounting arms through there once I get that done. Well, excuse me for the fan. Got a little toasty in here. I've got everything preliminary lined up. Now the windshield is not actually mounted yet. I'm going to put it up at the 52.5-degree angle and see how these work. That was much more nerve-wracking than I thought it would be, and I do apologize for not getting it on video. It's what happens when you forget to hit play, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and set this down, put that at the right angle, and see if they work. Again, 52.5, which is going to be right about there. Turn the key on, and you know what? I'm going to call that a win. What we're doing now is we're going to figure out a way to mount the side vents on the Cobra. This being the side vent that comes with the actual car, made out of aluminum, of course. This is the location where they go. Now this is just a flat fiberglass panel inside. There's nothing really to mount it to. This basically goes in something like that. Now the way you normally do these is we typically will have people that silicone them into place. Get that out just a little bit. Silicone those into place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, I can figure out the orientation of this. I'm going to make a couple panels. I'm going to take this angled aluminum stock here, and I'm going to cut them to length on these pieces here. That'll give it a flat area to silicone to on the inside. So basically the first thing I need to do is I'll need to size these to fit for top and bottom, bolt them, drill holes in both this and the aluminum and bolt them up, move them in there, silicone them into place. Basically all I need to do on this, I need to come in here and cut 4 pieces all about the same length. So I'll come in here and I'll mark the first one. Just give it a rough mark like that right there. Just like that, cut it off, and make 3 more just like it. like that. And basically just come in here and mark off some more. Cut those off, that should do the trick. Now I'm going to label these. This is the passenger bottom, passenger top. This is the passenger bottom, and this, the passenger top. Let's drill it. And I'm going to be bolting these up using my old favorite, the button head screws that I've put on practically everything else. Need to go with a little bit bigger drill size than that, so we'll get it done. Now line up my holes, mark them, and drill those. Using a clamp, I can set this down on the bench and drill that by hand. Now that I've got my holes marked using the same size drill, I can come in here and drill a pilot hole. That'll make it a lot easier. Okay, after the drilling is done, here we have the brackets bolted on. You can see that the bolts look really nice on this right here. Now this is going to be painted, of course, so it won't show the rough edges that you see here, but basically that works right there. So let's go over there and run a bead of silicone, clamp it in place, and get going. Okay, got it clamped in place. They appear to be even across the board. They look real good. And all we got to do is let that cure. Then whenever I get ready to paint these, I can take them out, but the brackets for the mounting will still be in position. And the silicone holds really good. This is the way I've seen most people do this. There have been a few differences of the way people do it, but if you get the right silicone, which I did, it holds really well. This allows me to remove this out so I can paint these, get them ready to go, and bolt them right in place. Also, if I ever needed to reach in there and get to something, they can easily be removed. So we're going to let that cure, and then we will get ready and rinse and repeat on the other side. All right, as you can see, I've repeated the steps. This is the passenger side that you just saw me do. I've done the same for the driver's side. They're clamped in and ready to go as well, waiting for that to dry and cure. So I think I am at one of those favorite things called a stopping point. Are cut larger than they need to be. Now what you have to do is you have to come in here and you have to trim them and sand them until your gaps get into place where they need to be. This one is getting closer. It's actually opening and shutting now. I've got some more trimming to do over here. Even this up, of course, we'll sand it and everything. What I'm doing is I'm cutting with the Dremel and then I'm coming back and finishing with the sand. I've also got the door section of the doorknob, the door latch rather, connected here. We'll be doing this in addition to that. The driver's door right here, I've got it marked where it needs to be trimmed all the way around. I was doing this earlier today and my Dremel battery died, but we should be charged and good to go. So let's get back to work. Remember, when you're generating dust, always safety first. I compare this what it was before, quite a bit has been trimmed off along the edges, along my scribe line. Let's test fit it now and see how much closer it was, because it was completely overlapping when I did the initial fit.
The next day.
Okay, this door is just about there. The gap still needs some work. Got a little bit of an outlier here where I'm going to have to do some adjustments on the battery, sand this down. I'm going to have to use some kitty hair to build this up to where it's a little more even. But overall, that's about as good as I'm going to get it to fit. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to sand a little bit more off of this to make the gaps better. Bevel that out a little bit, sand that down, and go ahead and we can get started on that. I'm also going to hook up the door hinge, which is right there. Got to come off of here with two brackets, mount the door hinge here so it will shut nice and tight. But as you can see, it closes good now, no interference. Now it's just a matter of cleanup, getting the gaps right, building up and body working it. Was the side I thought was going to fit a little bit better, but it's been fighting me a lot more. I've still got some work to do on it, but it is close close here, it's opening good. My gaps are a little bit tight here, and it needs to come up a little bit, but I've only got so much room I can work with, and it's sticking out a little bit down here, which I can make up for that with an adjustment on the body. And see, what I can do there is I can come in here with some spacers on my body mount right here to space this out a little bit and bring this out. Got a little bit of a ridge here, but if I pull out on the body and space that out good, it takes it up and it's good to go. I'm going to try to raise the back of this just a little bit more, see what we can do. Now with that little bit of adjustment you saw there, with this being closed, that gap is taken up. I've got a little bit too much of a gap here, but I think I can bring that out just a little bit with an adjustment on the body as well. That minor adjustment there, I've got it close enough now where all I've got to do is come in here with some kitty hair right here at the top and along the bottom here. Set my gaps. I've got a little bit of a rub here, so I've got to come in here and sand this down just a little bit to get it to fit a little bit. Other than that, that is much closer. I've got a little bit of an interference issue with the door hinges closing. You can see it's wanting to kick out a little bit, but it will stay shut. I think with an adjustment on the door hinge, I can do that and get that taken care of. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark my place as far as where the adjustment is. I'm going to pull this off so I can grind a little bit of this off to get this clearance done a little bit better. All the way down here needs to be adjusted and the gap adjusted just a little bit. Other than that, the gaps on this door are really good. So I'm going to come in here, right here. If I can get it on my camera, there we go. Right here is where the rub is. You can see where it's rubbing off the primer. It's got a little bit of here where I can sand that down, get that to fit, build this up right here, but I'm going to take a little bit off here along the lines of where this etching mark is and see if I can get that taken care of. Okay, what you'll see here is I've got good gaps here now. Of course, it's still roughed in. I have to smooth it out. The only area of tightness now that I've got is right here, just a little bit closed in. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to sand this down just a little bit and see if I can get that a little bit closer. Up here you can see the little bit of a drop off there. There's nothing I can do about that. It has to do with the way that the fiberglass was molded versus the body shape. So I'm going to have to come in here and I'm going to have to fill that in and dress that up to where it'll look nice and neat. That is in the bodywork phase, not in the fitting phase. So I'm going to come in here now, sand this down, see if I can get this gap a little bit better. Okay, after more fitment here, my gaps are a lot better now all the way around. You saw me using the paint stick to come up with a little bit of a gap there. Still got some adjustment I can do here. Take that in a little bit. This right here is going to take a lot of buildup, which I can do. It's just going to be body work. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it's part of the design and the way these come out of the mold. But once I get the actual door hung and the doorknob, or the door latch rather, connected, it should hold it in place very nicely. what I've done here is I've got a little bit of a clearance issue with the top of my air cleaner. So I'm trying to cut just the bottom layer of this out, and I'm going to come in and refinish this all out, but I'm going to see if this does it, because my hood was sticking up just a tiny bit from interference from the air cleaner. So let's see if that did the trick. All right, I've still got some gap work to do, but she's actually sitting down now. It appears that my clearancing of that worked perfectly. The gap up here looks good. I think I can live with that. I've got to open this one up just a little bit more right here and right here, around this corner here, and then I open that up just a little bit more there. But as you can see, my clearance job right there now fits perfectly, and the hood sits down. Now what does this mean? In simple terms, it means my idea on clearancing the hood worked. I do not have to use the hood scoop. That makes me very happy, because that makes it a little more true to the Street Cobra look. Of course, I just got the rough cut out on the bottom of that. I'm going to dress that up real nicely in the bodywork phase of everything, clean it up that way it looks really, really nice. Coat the underside of that where the fiberglass doesn't show, and it's just got a little bit of a divot there, so it makes clearance for that. Right here is the prop rod. Unfortunately, that is all I got, so there's no means of connecting it to the hood, no means of mounting it to the chassis, so I'm going to have to come up with something. I have come up with something. I'm going to size some things first, and then we will get busy, and I'm going to fabricate a clip to hold it in place, fabricate a mount for it, and fabricate a brace on the hood. That way it doesn't damage the hood when it's used. Now what I've done here is I've come down 2 inches from the top, 1 inch from the side on each side, drill a hole, because this is where the ball joint for the stretcher is going to mount. Now on the passenger side, I'm going to have to space it out a little bit using a coupling nut, because it's a little bit more inset than it is on this side. Stuff over. This back here, lift that up, and we have our struts mounted, so all of these are staying up nice and neat. Now that that issue is solved, we've got to move up to the hood prop, which is what we're going to do now. Okay, with the prop rod, I've been actually working on it quite a bit. Forgot to film, so let me show you what we've got. What I've done is I got some 8mm bearings, and I have mounted it to a aluminum L bracket to allow me to get this situated. Let me see if I can get in here and get a good shot of it. Right in here, as you can see there, that's moving that right there, and of course the way this will work is it will forward and tuck right down in there, which I'll put a clip up there to hold it in place and everything. But right now what I've got to do is I've got to measure where it's going to go on the hood and drill a hole for my hood to get that situated. So let's get started. I've got my hole marked right here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill a hole for that 8mm rod to fit through, and I'm actually going to use a jack Okay, I'm going to see if I can get a good shot of this. When you lift up the hood, which you can see right here, is my Les Paul jack mount with the hole drilled in it. And what this basically works, if I can set my camera down and see if I can get a good shot of this. Let's angle this up a little bit. Pull your prop rod out, angle it up, fit it in the hole, and just like that, we have a prop rod. So that is done. Looks nice and neat up inside of here. Let me go around the other side and see if I can actually come up with a good shot of my mounting system. Let's zoom in just a little bit. See that right there? Mounts the prop rod, and that's good. And as you saw, of course, on the earlier one, we've got this back here. If I can quit knocking stuff over. This back here, lift that up, and we have our struts mounted. So all of these are staying up nice and neat. And with that, all of the mounting is done. It is time to finish gaps on the trunk, fine-tune the gaps on the hood and the doors, and get everything started for body work. We are that close to getting ready to body work this thing and paint it. Now, if you recall on the hood, we had a little bit bigger gap than I wanted up here, but that's okay. The gap back here is fine, and the gap over there is mostly fine. This right here is really, really tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the hood. I'm going to run some tape around it, this edge right here, to set where I need to sand, and then we're just going to start sanding. Once I get the gap area set, I'm going to remove the doors, remove the hood, and eventually the trunk lid, and finish out the bottom edges. Smooth all this out where it looks nice and neat. Let's get started. All right, what you're seeing here, this gap has opened up very nicely all the way around. Might want to take it down just a little bit more here, but I may not because it looks really good. It's all even down this side here. We've got a good gap placement here. Coming over to the other side, I've got a few areas to address right here, but other than that, this is just about dialed in. Okay, more progress. Gaps are looking much better now. All the way around, I've got a uniform gap. It's a little bit too close here. I think I'm going to come in here and trim this just a little bit more. This is sticking out a little bit. If you recall, in much earlier videos, I had to trim off the mold seam right here. This is a little bit flat. I think I can build that up slightly, smooth this out. This right here, you can see that it's much more even. I've got it fitting better. This gap has closed considerable amount. So I think we're good there. It's time to pull this door off, finish up. I'm going to mark my tape line one more time down there, take a little bit more off of that, then finish up and pull those doors off. That door over there looks good. This hood, with the exception of this right here, I need to open up this gap just a little bit more. The hood is fitting really nicely. Once all this is done, I'm going to pull the hood and the doors off of it, get those nice and dressed up, get them scuffed, get them in primer, and use the filler. Of course, I've got the filler that'll be here tomorrow. I'm going to finish up and fine tune that gap on that door right there, but it's a lot smaller now, so we should be good to go on that. I know I have a plan on making the trunk fit really well, so I've got to get the items in for that. Let's keep going. What I've done here is I've come in with kitty hair, which is fiberglass infused filler, and I'm trying to fill this gap. I used myself a paint stick to block on that, and I can use my Dremel tool to cut that out of there once it's all nice and set, and then I can sand it to fill in that gap just a little bit. As you can see, it didn't need much of a gap filling, it just needed a little bit. So I'm going to see how this works, and if I need to fill a little more, I'll add a little more. As noted, the hood is good to go. I've knocked the gel coat off of 90% of it. I'll take the hood off. I've got to take the hood off, and I'll do the rest of these pieces around the edge and the underside once it's actually off. I've also knocked the gel coat off of both of the doors. Now, I use a paint stick, the thickness of a paint stick, to determine my gaps. And as you can see right here, the gaps all the way around, they look good. All the way around there. Come over to the other side. Of course, I haven't touched the trunk yet because that's going to take some more work. The gaps here, we're good, good, all the way around. Up here, this is the area where I cut off too much and had too big of a gap. Came in here with kitty hair, and which is essentially fiberglass and resin all mixed together, and then you add the hardener, and it's just like putting fiberglass in. And then of course I dressed it up using the filler, which is curing. I'll sand all that down later, but the gap is right now all the way around. We're good to go. Gaps are satisfactory on this. I may do some minor cleaning up on the hood, but I'm happy with where it is. Gel coat is knocked down. So what comes next? Well, it's quite simple. It is time to blow it all apart. Once I get those areas there and there sanded, something I did forget to mention, if you remember, we had a bit of a dip on where the door meets the body. This is built up a little bit too much. I'm a novice at spreading filler, so I tend to use too much and then sand it down, kind of like the weld and grind method when you're welding. But this right here is level now, as well as the other side. I had to build it up quite a bit. Not using filler. This has got kitty hair underneath it, and the filler is just basically to smooth it out because the kitty hair is really roughed in. But the gaps are good. This right here may have a little bit more work to do here, but I don't think so. I think it's satisfactory. So all of that is done. We'll blow this thing back apart. When I get it back apart, I've got a leaky exhaust gasket to fix, and then it's a matter of actually doing the final body work to get this thing ready to paint and getting the trunk dialed in. The trunk, I've got some fitting to do. There's some weather strip that goes on the tub in the back that I haven't got on yet that will alter the position of the body a little bit. So I did not want to do anything like this. We still have this gap down here, but I think I've got a fix for that on the way as well. So we're going to take this thing completely back apart, pull the body off of it, and get started again. All right, it is time to blow the Cobra back apart, get the body off of it.
Disassemble! Dead!
So I can finish up the looming of the wiring underneath, get everything set, and get this thing, the body work started. So let's get started. just like that, after about an hour's work, the body is completely detached, all the lights are out, hood is off, doors are off, deck lid is off, and of course, the tail lights and the rear body mounts are off as well. The body is completely loose, ready to be lifted off, and as soon as I get some help, which may be as soon as a couple of days from now, we're going to lift this body off, and then I'm going to clean the chassis up real good, loom all the wires, replace the gaskets in the engine that are leaking, start the thing once again, make sure everything's running, then we'll start body work, real body work. Not fitting like I've been doing, but the actual body work, getting it ready to paint. Start doing the primer, the high build primer, sanding, block sanding, the whole 9 yards. Before I get to that, what I'm going to do next, this is the relief cut that I made for the hood clearance to allow me to not run the hood scoop. This is clearance for the air cleaner. I'm going to come in here with some fiberglass and I'm going to outline this, clean this up, make it look real good. So let's get started on that. Okay, what we've got here is I've got some fiberglass batting, and all of my plan is to mix up some actual resin, coat this around the edge. As you can see, this is a little bit of a gap because this is 2 panels glued together. I had to cut the bottom panel to make clearance for it. Now I don't want this to be too thick because then I'll run into interference issues again with the air cleaner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically just reinforce these edges around here with fiberglass, let that set, cut the excess back, make it nice and smooth, come in here with some filler and fill this up, dress it up real nice, and then what I will do is I will simply come back with some filler, like I said, sand that down, get it smooth, that way this looks nice and neat. Now before that, what I have to do is I have to come in here and I have to scuff this and sand this down and knock the gel coat down so my resin will actually stick to it. So that's what I'm going to be doing first. Then we'll get fiberglass. All right, as you can see here, I've got the filler getting ready to, I'll let that set, sand that off nice and neat. That will look like a much more finished out product, especially when you get the primer on it and finish it out. The Cobra is down, ready to start to work on that. Body over here, back on the body buck. We're getting ready to start body work in earnest on that. And what you're seeing here now is we've got a nice beveled edge as opposed to the squared off edge that we had before. Nice and rounded. That way it looks a little bit more natural and not quite as blocky like I chopped the edges off of it, which is what I did basically. But I think it will look much nicer. That hood, once I turn it back over and do that little bit once the putty dries, the hood is ready for its first coat of high build primer. The doors, the outside is just about ready for the high build, but I've got to do this now, and that's what I'm going to start on next after I blow everything off and get rid of some of this dust. Continuing to work this modification that I had to do, I'm about to start sanding on this right here, trying to fill in the little pinholes and everything, got that nice and sturdy. That's real solid, I'm happy with that. On the doors, these are two panels that were bonded together at the factory, and you can see that there's a lot of glue residue that is squeezed over. This is really hard to sand, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go in there with my Dremel and actually cut that out, which I've already actually started over here. And then I'm going to try and finish this out where it looks nice and neat. Alright, with a few issues here, other than that part right there, which I got to knock down on the sand a little bit. These are getting really close for their first coat of primer. I've got those holes filled in nice and neat using a combination of body filler and kitty hair. This right here all looks nice and neat as well. So it's starting to really get roughed in. The doors are getting close. Also this over here, while it may not look good, if you run your hand around it, it is smooth now. I've got a little bit of sanding to do here, but all of that is knocked down nice and neat now. So this should be good for its first coat of primer as well, which means the hood is about ready for primer. First and foremost, been doing some cleanup. Of course, things stack up after it sits for a while, so I've been cleaning up in here, getting all this stuff ready. I've got it, it's really dusty, so I'm about to blow it off and clean things up. That way everything's nice and neat. I have since physically attached the trunk pan, so it is bolted in and permanent and ready to go. So that is no longer an issue. This right here is a crossbar. Those are the, by the way, those little brackets there are the brackets for securing the hood. But that crossbar right there is for this. Recall, I am actually doing the standard, basically the grill opening. There's no grill, so I'm having trouble finding actual verbiage that I need for that. But the grill opening has a splitter that acts as a wing or a spoiler of some sort to create a little bit of downforce. It actually mounts in the center of this. Now, obviously, it mounts on the ends of this, but up inside here, it has to mount to something as well. I had to get creative with that because these were hand-built cars back in the day, and each one of them was different. This is what I've devised. Here in front, you can see that I've got some notations there and there, where this basically mounts right across here, and the splitter bolts to the bottom of that. So I'm about to drill the holes in this, get this ready to mount up. Okay, crossbar is in place, it is level, everything's good to go on that. That's another thing checked off. I've also done the wiring, got all this mapped up and ready to go where it's tied away nice and neat. Now all I've got left to do on this is some cleanup, and I'm also going to mount the seats because I have to have the seats in it so they can take it to the shop and get it worked on. After that, I'm going to resecure the battery tray, get all that done, and then the chassis should be just about ready to go. Sorry about the fan noise. I know it's noisy, but it's also hot in here. Next, I'm going to remount the hood hinge mounts. Okay, I will fine tune these once I get the hood back on, but those are in place, ready to go. Okay, the seat's in. Got to clean it up just a little bit. Got a little bit dusty from me sitting in it. I've only got this side bolted down because the other side is very difficult to get to, and it's going to have to come back out anyway when I get ready to do the carpet. So I'm going to be done with that for now. Move over to the other side, and I think I'm going to take the plastic bag that this came in and cover the seats up that way that they don't get dirty. Camera battery crashed, so I couldn't actually get this on tape, but I did get this in. As I stated earlier, the passenger side, I've got the inside bolts need to be bolted in because it's just really difficult to get to, and I'm going to have to actually get up under it and have somebody on the top side working with me. Same goes for the front right corner of the driver's seat. Now, they're in there good enough to do what we got to do, which means taking it up to the garage that's going to work on the fuel injection for me. So the seats are in. Figured out how to get that done. The only one that is adjustable is the driver's seat, and of course I'm the only driver on this one, so I have a feeling it's going to be right where it is, and that's going to be that. But she is in there and actually is quite comfortable. I'm probably going to get dust all over this, but I'm going to set my camera down here. I'm going to walk around and have a seat in it so you can get an idea of what we're looking at here. Sorry about that. Let me get this adjusted. Getting in and out of a Cobra is always a little bit of a challenge, especially for somebody over 6 feet, which I am. But the good news is, see if I can change this just a little bit and elevate it up. The pedals are comfortable. I'm not entirely cramped. Gear shift is right here. Everything is perfectly within reach, so I think it's going to be cool. You might be asking yourself, why am I using such an aggressive grit on the first prime? Well, first of all, I've still got some little pinholes. If you recall from my 32 Ford projects, I had quite a few pinholes to deal with. That's what I'm doing here, is I'm filling pinholes. I did that on the other side of the body as well. But also, I had a bit of an issue with the first prime. See this little red streak there, and you'll see it on the hood over there. I had an issue with the primer itself. I don't know if the primer that I used was old or if the catalyst had a problem, but it did not dry properly. I did mix it properly, but it did not dry properly. So I'm having to take off quite a bit of the coat that I put on it because it had a little bit of a tacky feel after so long. It's not that big of a deal. I've got this down where I've got a good foundation now, but I'm going to have to sand it down a little more than I thought and come back with a fresh coat of primer. You're going to notice here, I've decided to cut losses and decided the entire primer coat that I put on the hood was corrupted, with the exception of that right there, which I used a different primer. That's good. The rest of this, however, I've decided to have it come off. I'm using a combination of lacquer thinner and sanding with a finer grit, and it's actually coming off really good. You can see here it looks good. So I think I'm going to go back, and when I get my hanging stands in a couple of days, I'm going to go back and reprime everything and start from scratch. I think that's wise. I don't want to take a risk on my paint popping in the future, so I want to be sure I've got a good basis. We're starting over. Okay, using lacquer thinner and rags, and also going back over it once that was done with 320 on my DA. It's actually quite slick now. We don't have that gummed up primer on it anymore. Yes, I took 2 steps back doing this, but the good news is I've got a good place to start. I can shoot a load of primer on this, find any high and low spots, sand it with 400, and continue to get this ready to paint. Now, the doors seem okay. The primer seems pretty solid. I'm going to investigate this a little bit further just to make sure I'm not making a mistake, and if I have to, I'll go in and do the same thing on those that I did with these and strip them off. Let's keep going.
The next day.
Next day, after sleeping on it overnight, I also did some sanding on the doors. it is not what I wanted to do either, so I'm going to go ahead and strip at least the outside of the doors. The inside is pretty good, plus it's covered up with material for the interior, so I'm a little bit less concerned about the inside, but the outside, where I'm going to be painting a lot, I'm just not comfortable with it, so I think I'm going to go ahead and strip off the paint on that, or the primer on that, and start over again. Let's get busy. What I did was I took some 320 and ran over this to block it, and what turned out was not satisfactory at all. Let me see if I can find my piece of sandpaper. This is the 320 block that I'm using, and you can see here how it's gunning up on my sandpaper. So I'm going to go ahead and strip this as well and get this done. At the risk of putting my man card at risk, I'm going to be using my wife's gloves for this particular thing, and my God, she has short fingers. And also respirator, how to protect yourself when you're working with chemicals and things of that nature, so be sure to protect yourself. All right, the lacquer thinner has gotten most of it off. It's got a little bit of thin haze residue on it. I'm now going to take my DA with 320 and sand off the rest of it. All right, 320 here. I actually upgraded to 400 over the tops of the doors just to smooth them out a little bit. And you'll notice on my sandpaper and on the DA, we don't have the gumming up issue that we had before, which means that all of that bad primer is off. This is body filler right here. I'm going to have to do some more work on this eventually. But you can see we're back to slick fiberglass now. The integrity is good. Everything's good to go. Now it's just a matter of spraying the primer back on. That I'm going to be working on here. I've got some issues right here, and these are areas that aren't easily seen. You can see here I got this pinhole filled, and I've got some fine tuning to do there, but that's not a big deal. I've got some rough areas under here that I'm going to use filler on. I'm going to fill these divots in this, and then I'm going to fine tune all of this and get that nice and even. Also, had a little bit of an incident with the drill here. Got a hole here I don't need. I'm going to fill that. You can see over here, this one is not quite as bad, but I still have some work to do on that particular one. This one is actually much better than that one over there. Now going to the back, and I'm a little bit stressed for space in here. If we look at the back and down the side, all of this actually looks really good now. That's going to be passable. This here, I've got pinholes to do as far as filler goes there, but that can wait. This particular wheel arch is pretty good. I'm not going to have to really do any work on that. That's just a matter of evening this stuff out, which is not that big of a deal. Going to the other side, if I can squeeze in over here. Those are my new paint stands, by the way. Looking at this wheel arch, I've already done some work on this one. It's pretty good. So I'm not really concerned with anything there. Again, I can come in here and sand all this and fine tune this, but I'm going to do the filler work on the wheel arch over there and on that hole. I'm going to be using filler to fill that hole. It's so small, it's not going to be a problem. These, of course, need to be fine-tuned as well. This is a little bit uneven, not a big deal there. So, looking over here, in addition to that, all of this I've done work on in previous videos. This all looks very, very good. That's not going to be a problem. All of that is just fine. So the only major filler work I've got to do is that hole in the mounting area, this wheel arch primarily. So let's mix some body filler and get busy. One thing I like about this particular filler, which is basically a budget version of Evercoat Rage, really easy to sand, but it's got a wonderful shelf life. You can see this has been shelved for quite a bit, but the consistency is still really, really good. I am a novice at using body filler. I'm still getting used to getting the right amount of hardener per this, so oftentimes I have to work fast because I put too much hardener in it or not enough. But I'm getting better. Got a little bit of separation of the components in there, which is normal after the filler sits for a while. Not a big deal, just gotta mix it up. Down at the bottom is where it's liquefied a little bit. See if I can get this in here and actually show you what I'm talking about. Those wet areas, that came off of the bottom, so that's part of mixing it up really well. What I've learned the hard way on doing this is taking your time. It's just body filler. If you screw it up, sand it off and start over. I am not a professional body man, don't claim to be one. Just trying to learn and save the money to do it myself. We are just about there with this. I like using the putty because it's not much mixing. It does take longer to dry and set and cure. The downside to the putty is you can't do the bigger jobs. It's only for very fine tuning the pinholes and stuff. When you have issues as broad as what I'm dealing with here, I have to go with the filler. Now, when I do work on the doors, once I get everything back on the body, I'm going to have to do some major work on one of the doors because the gaps are not lining up. I'm probably going to use the kitty hair, which is body filler, but it's fiberglass infused. It's like adding fiberglass. But for something as small as this polyester filler will work perfectly. All right. I'm going to end up wasting a little bit because, like I said, I'm still getting used to actually how much I need to use on this stuff. All part of the process. And of course, the filler hardener does tend to separate and get liquidy if you're not careful, so be sure and knead it to mix it up really well. And I wonder what my dogs are barking at, probably my brother-in-law. I like this filler mixing board, the paper. My brother actually turned me onto these. My dad always used an old paint thinner can that he cleaned up, the metal can, and used the handle to hold on to it. They don't make the cans like that anymore though, so it's kind of hard to use those because they have the labels built into them as opposed to something you can peel off. So those dyes tend to get into what you're working on, so that's not an option anymore. But that's the way my dad always did it. Hopefully I've got this mixed up well enough. Now comes the hard part. I've always heard that you want to mix this way instead of swirling it because you want to avoid air bubbles. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's a little harder to mix it this way. It takes a little longer, but it saves you trouble in the back end. I can come back and clean up the mess I'm making here. The main thing is I want to work it into that hole so I don't have any problems. And I may have to come back and fine tune it a little more. But the important thing is to get it in there and get it dealt with. What I'm filling here is just basically divots that were created in the manufacturing process on the actual body panel. And I'm basically having to fix it. It's not really bad enough to warrant filling it with fiberglass. This will do good, but it's still pretty bad, so I'm going to have to do some work here and get this done. And of course, once I sand it off, it'll be great. I'm using the novice, don't know what the hell I'm doing approach and putting it on heavy and sanding it off. It creates more work in the sanding off process, but at least I get it taken care of. Let's see what else we've got here. Got one area right here I've got to do. Kind of awkward getting in there. The price of being a novice. Alright, it's extremely rough, extremely messy because I suck at this, but once I get the sandpaper a hold of it, it'll smooth out nicely. That'll straighten that out, and then it's simply a matter of evening out the lines, which I can do with my sander. Over here, not much really to do on that one, so I left it alone. And back here, of course, I did a little bit of work, as I noted, filling in some gaps there and over there. We're back on body work on the Cobra. I've got a couple of issues that I've got to straighten out before we actually get to the meat and potatoes of block sanding and priming and doing all of that stuff. A little bit of fine tuning. You saw in the previous video I straightened up an area where I had an accidental hole that I had to fill. Straighten out the wheel arches, things like that. I've also got this issue. This is the driver's side louver vent area, and you can see this particular end here on the driver's side is a pretty severe thing. It actually mounts up pretty good because it looks nice and even, flat and everything else. But the problem is I've got an inconsistency with the passenger side. Again, see here, pretty sharp corner there. I will be rounding that off a little bit more, and I'll show you how to do that in just a moment. On the passenger side, it's a much more gentle arrangement, and this is a little bit uneven. So what I'm going to do, I won't have, that looks fine over there, this looks fine here, but it's easier to take away than to add material. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this to make it a little bit more uniform with the other side. That way it looks good. The rest of it is fine. It's just this one right here, I'm going to have to sharpen that out. Now the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to tape it off using this vinyl 1/4 inch tape, and as well I'm going to be using the barrel sander on my Dremel to actually get that nice and perfect. Shut off my air compressor to make this work. You can see there now this is much more of a sharp corner. This is nice and flat all the way around. I've got a little bit of work to do up here, which I will do that here in just a moment using the same tool. But this, compared over here, you can see it matches much more closely now. Of course, I've got some more fine tuning to do, but now they're more uniform. And now that is nice and consistent as well. So it looks like we're good to go here. A little more fine tuning there. Now we're getting ready. I'm going to go over the entire body with 320. The flat panels such as here, up here where it's relatively flat, back there where it's relatively flat, and on the nose here I can use my DA because it's a relatively flat panel. Now the curvature of this area here on the fenders and on the back, I'm going to hand sand that, and my plan is to use 320 on this now. That way I can shoot another coat of primer on it, and the next step be 400, or I shoot the primer on it, which allows pinholes to be, as you're seeing. If you recall, I did that on the 32 Ford. That way I can go forward, look for pinholes, use my spot putty to fill any pinholes that show up once the next primer job is done. And then of course, if I find any pinholes, I'll do that, sand it with 320 again, then come back with another prime job before going to 400. Let's get busy. Now next I'm going to try to even this out. This is a little bit jagged. I'm going to try to smooth that out a little bit. Getting a better read on this here. See, now it's got a lot better contour and closer matches this. I can sand this and fine tune it a little bit. I've got a little bit of an imperfection right there in the fiberglass. I don't really know what I'm going to do with that considering where it is. Now I've also got a little bit of an issue right here. I think that's something I'm going to have to fill if I can't sand it. Alright, looking at this a little more closely, and I'm going to try to get my camera angle in here. These were low spots that you see where that is right there, but if you run your finger over it now, it's no longer a low spot. The arch is uniform all the way around. No divots, no low spots. I had quite a bit of work to do right here. There are some low spots. I did some shaping. This edge underneath is smooth now, all the way down to here. Let's see if I can get my camera in here. Bear with me. That's got a smooth edge to it now. That looks bad, but it's actually smooth. The wheel arch is pretty much there. Might have some fine tuning sanding to do, but the rough sanding is done on that one. Now, I've got 3 more wheel arches to give this same treatment. Second wheel arch, for the most part, is done. Again, this doesn't have to be 100% show perfect for a couple of reasons. One, this is a daily driver. This is going to be a driver car, not a show car. And two, simply put, Cobras were handmade cars back in the day, and they weren't perfect then. So I'm not going to waste too much time making the underside of these arches absolutely perfect when they're not going to be seen and they're going to get abused by rocks and everything when you're driving it anyway. But the main thing I wanted to do is make sure that it was uniform. The curves were uniform. You didn't have any huge divots under there. Back in the back here, I've got this one just about ready to go. It's a little bit flat right there. I've got a little bit more work there. I've got a little bit of a divot there. That's not a big deal. But all the way around, it's now smooth. Got maybe a touch more to do here. And forgive my work with the camera, because I've got a limited amount of space with this thing sitting on this stand like this. But it looks much better. It looks uniform. And again, these parts right here underneath aren't going to show because you got a big fat tire here. So I've got 3 of the 4 arches done. I've got a little bit of putty that I'm going to have to put right here. Let me see if I can get that to focus. You can barely see it, but that's a little bit of a pinhole right there. Coming around to the one I haven't worked on this round as of yet. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Is this one here. And again, all I've got to do is straighten these edges out. And I'll use that with my little 3.5 inch DA that I've got. These edges right here need to be straightened out and contoured. Other than that, it's pretty smooth. Okay, front wheel arches are roughed in, ready to go for the next round of primer. This wheel arch right here, ready to go all the way around with the exception of the filler I had, or the putty I had to put right here to fill that pinhole. That one's ready to go. Coming around to the other side, this one had a little bit more work to do. Had a bad spot right there I had to do. Had a spot right here I needed to do as well. Once those are done, I'll sand that down, and here, sand that down, and it'll be good to go. Right here, filled a pit or a pinhole that I had, and of course on that wheel arch over there I've got several places. We're going to go ahead and sand this down, see if I took care of those problems. Okay, quick work of that. Take a look here if I could get this to focus. This is where the pinhole was. That is very, very smooth now. That's taken care of. This wheel arch is ready. Coming over to the other side where I have 3 different places to work on. You can see here the filler that I did there. Up here, just a small place, and here, another small place. So all of that is done. Again, when you spray fresh primer on, it makes it easier to spot the pinholes. So what I'm going to do now is, if you'll look up here, you'll see that this has gotten quite dirty over sitting in the shop. I'm going to take my Prep-All and I'm going to clean the body really well all over, and then I'm going to start the round of 320 over the entire body. Again, hand sanding the curvy pieces, use the DA on the flat pieces. Let's get busy. Alright, here we are a few hours later. This round of sanding is done. I've got it knocked down. I'm going to hold the camera up here. You can see that it's clean now, nice and slick. Not without imperfections, of course. That's what this particular level is for, is to find those imperfections. And some of the ones that I have found, there was this here. I've marked those with my Sharpie. There was this one here. Got one there. There. Got a couple back here on this quarter, right there, right there, right there. And going around to the other side, I believe I've got one up here somewhere that I've got to find. Right there it is. And coming over to this side, we look pretty good. So that is not that bad for the first round. Now, of course, the interesting thing about this is, right here you'll notice I have not done any gapping on this at all. But you notice I got a tape line established here to where I'm going to grind off just this section here to see if I can get this gap roughed in and see if it actually will fit without dragging when you open it up. Let's get started. One thing I wanted to point out on these is how critical it is to have the right hinge on the right side. You can see here that is labeled TD and this is TP, which is trunk passenger and trunk driver. Cannot get those reversed. And yes, I've made that mistake. my gaps are a little bit better. I've got some more to take off right over there, but it opens and closes now. And like I mentioned earlier in this right here is due to the function of the fact that the fiberglass trunk lid is a little bit warped. So this is not going to fit well. I'm going to have to build this up a little bit. But over here, you can see it works fine. I'm going to tinker with this just a little bit more. But I've got my gaps better over here. It's a little bit wide over here. I may go over one more washer to see if I can get this thing shifted this way just a little bit more. Now what you're seeing here is you're seeing my gap here, which is about right all the way down until it gets right here. So I've got my tape line here set up and ready to go. This area here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to smooth this edge down because it's a little bit above my body line. I already did that over here and it's much smoother, so that's going to be good. You'll see I've got quite a bit to take off here to get that gap right. The gap down at the bottom is a little tight. That's not really an issue though, I can fix that. The gap at the top is just fine now. I will be doing some fine tuning on it. It's a little bit wider over there. I think I can fill a little bit and even that out. I had to notch my door handle catch because it was catching, and I also had to raise my shock mounting point right here almost a full thing, because part of what this is it was bottoming the shock out and it was pushing this out. That's actually good to go. I can fill that hole right there, not a problem. It also raises up the deck lid quite a bit more too, which is handy. This right here is what I had to notch. It needed to move over just a little bit with the new tweaking. not a problem. It's locked in, good to go there. When you shut it, I keep my wires out of the way here. My wires up, now that's good. This goes down, latch is good. It's got a little bit of slack because I've got the weather stripping to go in there. This side is perfect. This side is still kicked in a little bit. I can come in here and just lay just a thin coating, skim coat here to even that out. This right here, like I said, grind that down just a little bit. This is good. I can grind that down a little bit, and of course that'll be all done when I'm shaping the corner. Right now it's squared off. I'm going to round it off using 80 grit sandpaper on that edge. Take that down right there, and the gap should be lining up really well. Okay, other than my cheap Walmart DA sander completely giving up the ghost on me in the middle of this, which means I can use my Lowe's gift card I got for Christmas from my daughter to go get a new one, I am going to consider this a complete and utter win. This looks really great, especially when you compare how it was looking before. We're a little bit high right here, but that's because I put the weather stripping on, and I can actually make adjustments to the weather stripping and make that work a little bit better. I've got some sanding to do on the actual end. That will come down and it'll be good. Everything looks good. You saw me using my paint stick method to check panel gaps all the way down, all the way down. I've got a little bit too big of a gap right here. You can see I'm going to add about a 1/16 of an inch right there. I'll do that in the bodywork phase, but the rest of it looks great. That can come down just a little bit, not a problem. But this is to the point where I'm going to consider it fit, and we're to the point of bodywork now. This right here I can grind down a little bit more. Again, this is due to the weather stripping. All I've got to do is make a minor adjustment on this right here. This right here on both sides, and if you can see, all I've got to do, this has a little bit of a lip on it, I'm going to grind that down on both sides, and that'll lower that down perfectly, because if you see, once I get that done and get this over here out to where it can sit down a little bit more, just to demonstrate. It sits down really well. The weather strip added a little bit more, and of course I can grind down all along the edges to make this a little bit new, because I've got plenty of thickness here. Not going to be a problem. But this looks fantastic. And the weather stripping even pulled this out right here. Again, right here is going to be a little bit of an issue, but I can fix that with changing the weather strip up just a little bit, maybe going with a little bit thinner weather strip. But that pulled it down perfectly. I can definitely work with this. can tell, this is a dirty job, but I'm satisfied with where we are. For me, being no more than a novice at body filler and doing body work, I'm pleased with what we've got. Let's take a look. Again, the hood, good to go. Back here on the deck lid, I was able to fill in this just enough where we have a uniform gap now. That is the width of the paint stick. Everything's good. I've got the flaws in the fiberglass taken up here. Once again, when I put the weather strip back on, that'll bring this up and it fits just fine. The cool thing about this is what I've got to do now is I've got to pull all the doors, the deck lid and the hood back off. The doors are going to have to be readjusted, but the hood and the deck lid, the hinges are static, which means all the adjustment is done otherwise. So if I take these off, when I put it back on, theoretically, they should be back where they are with a few minor adjustments. But again, this looks a little low, but with the weather strip, that pushes it up and it's good. We've already confirmed that. I also have filled in all of the imperfections on this. Once I pull this off, I'm going to work on the underside of this lip because we got some glue residue and some other things. But the main thing I wanted to take care of was fill in the gaps between the inner and outer panel that were created when the panel was built. I've got those filled in. Any residual stuff I can take care of with putty because everything's going to be small at that point. But as you can see here, everything looks very good as far as the gaps that were in between the panels. So that is taken care of. All right, we're going to switch gears now. Just a very quick reminder on the body filler on that. On the Cobra, of course, the main buildup is kitty hair, which is technically a filler, but what it is it's fiberglass infused, and it's got long strand fiberglass in it. So it's essentially adding a layer of fiberglass over the top of that, and I'm using the Evercoat to smooth it off. Now the Evercoat I'm laying on thickly and then sanding off because it's the same way I do my welding because I'm still not that great at it. Add a little more than necessary, sand it off. I'm going to be sanding by far the majority of that off, which you will see. But we're going to change gears now and go to this. Managed to take care of it to where this is acceptable and this meets well enough and it's smooth, got a good contour to everything. That's ready. Moving to the other door, which was by far the worst part of it, took a lot of the fiberglass resin to build it up and then finishing it off with kitty hair. You can see the different layers here. This is good. I'm very pleased with how this turned out. You remember it was almost 1/4 of an inch low. Now it fits the contour nicely. Gaps are maintained all the way around. Doors are fitting good, they're opening good, they're closing good, and everything works. The way I maintain this without the filler filling in my gaps, very simple. I used a paint stick covered with masking tape. Since my paint stick is the width I was going for, put that in place, filled it. The paint stick with the masking tape, this does not stick to the masking tape, so I was able to maintain my gaps and then sand it nice and free once everything was done. Again, I realize I cake on the body filler and sand off 90% of it. That is because I'm a novice at this. A professional body man will be much more efficient with the use of his materials and wouldn't have to sand off nearly as much and create as big of a mess. But I'm learning. To me, what matters is the end result, and the end result is that it's fixed. All 4 panels now line up. I have good gaps, maybe not 100% perfect, but again, this was a handmade car originally. So in a way, in a perverted way, I guess, the fact that the gaps are not 100% perfect, but about 90 to 95% there, makes it a little more close to the spirit of the original car. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Well, we've started doing the body work on the actual deck lid. Like I said, it's rough. It's got some things I need to do. I'm going to have to do some filling on it. Step one was breaking the gel coat underneath, as I'd already broken the gel coat on the top side. This is what I have to deal with right here. If you'll take a look, the finish of this, the gel finish was really rough and rippled. Many low spaces right here. If you go around the top, you know, it's thin right here, but you've got low spaces all the way around. I've got to fill the boo-boo holes there and there, and I've got some low spaces right here where the fiberglass is exposed just a little bit. I'm just going to go in there and put a skim coat on the entire bottom side, very thin. Cover these low spots here, here, and of course all over here. Step one is going to be clean it up using my prep all, and then I'm going to spread some filler, skim it real good, and let that cure maybe overnight because it's getting late during the day and I'm getting tired. Prep-all is a wax and grease remover in addition to cleaning up all the dust and everything, so make sure I have a really clean surface to work with. I've used it many times, it works wonderful. So if anybody out there saying, oh God, don't use that, hey, I've used it many times without any issues. All right, got the skim coat down, just barely enough to fill that in. I can come back later with putty if I have any left. The edges where I had rough fiberglass, that'll be easily sanded now that I've got that covered. That'll smooth out those edges. Then I'll come back and I'll finish the edges of this, and this will be close to the first set of primer. While cleaning the hood, I found a little bit of a ripple right here. very, very slight, but I felt it. It's more feel than see, actually. So I ran over that to smooth that out, and I also found a little bit of fiberglass imperfections over here. So what we'll do is we're going to wait until that cures, and then we're going to come back and we're going to sand some more. Probably tomorrow. It's about 5 o'clock and I'm lazy, so I think I'm going to go in and call it a day. We'll see you tomorrow.
The next day.
Well, all right, we are roughed in, ready for first primer. Take a look at this here. I'll have to clean these off just a little bit. I may go up there and put a second hook up just to make sure it doesn't spin quite as easily. But this, I've got this pretty well roughed in. Looks really good. On the back side, you will notice that I've got a lot of those rough edges taken care of. Again, this is just the first prime, but I also got that rough area here taken care of as well, so this is nice and smooth. This right here is not going to matter. That's got something over it. That's not a big deal. This right here, I'm going to hit that just a minute just to make sure, because it's something that I didn't see. But all the way around, the edges are much better. They're not there yet. That's not what I'm saying. But they are better. I need to come in here and I'm going to spread some filler here. But I think I'm going to wait and do putty on this because it's just rough. I'm going to hit that with the sandpaper real quick. I'm going to take this back down, hit it with the sandpaper real quick. And just to smooth that area out and that other area that I spotted as well, this right here. But that is a lot smoother. It doesn't have the ripple effect on it anymore. There may be pinholes. The primer makes it easier to spot the pinholes. That there, the doors are good. I've got those roughed in. They're ready for actual primer now. This right here, the combination of kitty hair and skim filler to fill that in, those are good to go. The hood, if you recall, I said that I found a ripple area. It's right there. Those are low spots that I couldn't see with the black. I have a feeling I would have seen it if I'd have sprayed gloss paint on it. So that is, I'm glad I got that taken care of. On the back side of the hood, let's look at the hood door first. This door is ready for first prime too. Those are 180 and 220 scratches on this, so I'm going to go up to 220 all the way around on everything. That is ready to go finally. Looks much better. These edges here are nice and clean now, so that will be able to accept primer. Again here, all of this looks really good. Got that built up nice and strong. It's not going anywhere. The body, of course, is going to get its first round of primer as well. Now taking a look again, that is nice and smooth now. It's hard to get to and it's real hard to spot that stuff. I think I'm going to run over this real quick as well, smooth that out as well, and then we'll be ready to go. The next day or so, I've got a shipment of masking paper and masking tape coming in. I've got to mask that, mask the dash and everything in there, mask the trunk lid, and mask all the openings in the front as well. Once I get everything masked off, and I'm also going to mask off the bolt holes in all the panels, as well as some other areas that I don't want that getting involved. One other thing that I did on the trunk is I cleaned up this here. This was quite jagged. This is nice and clean now. I'm going to build a panel to go over that. That is the wiring for the license plate light. I want to be sure I have access to that, and then I'm going to build a panel to go over that and screw in nice. Well, crappy masking skills aside, it is taped off. All the pertinent areas are protected, and all of the areas that need to be primed are exposed. So it will work. It is not pretty by any stretch, but it'll do the job. And I am going to be leaving this masking tape on there and only patching it as necessary throughout the entire block sanding process. So hopefully I won't have any problems. Of course, I'll probably remask it once I get ready to shoot color, but we'll cross that bridge when the time comes. I'm going to move the 32 out, move my stands over into that section of the shop, clean up the area, cover up the things that don't need primer overspray on them, and we're going to prime this thing in the next day or so.
The next day.
sure you noticed I had some issues with my primer gun that led to a little bit of dry spray and some intermittent spraying. Took the thing apart and found a clog from the previous use. Now the previous use one I think was a couple of years ago. Apparently either I didn't clean it well enough or something got in there in the interim. I don't know, probably I didn't clean it well enough, but once I got it cleaned out, it sprayed out nice. I do have some dry areas, dry spray areas, but that's not a problem because all this is going to be sanded anyway. And the cool thing is, just as I expected, this coat of primer pointed out things I need to work on with the putty. Let's take a look. The car itself is not bad. I have learned that when I get ready to do the next primer and everything, I'm going to take the wheels off of it and tape off from the inside. I think that'll just make it easier and get everything done. But The actual car itself looks pretty good. This is an area of dry spray right here. This is going to be sanded anyway, so I'm not concerned about that. But overall, it looks pretty good. I do have some issues. Spotted a place up here, this right here. Don't know if you can see that. That's a place that needs to have a touch up with some putty, which I will do. Got some other places like that around. Of course, when I get ready to block sand this, I'm going to find all sorts of places like that that I can address. That's part of the process of dealing, especially with fiberglass, because fiberglass is so unpredictable. You know, I've got some areas right here, but overall, it looks pretty good. It's a good start. On the doors, hood, and trunk, what I've got are issues like this right here. And this is stuff that I did not see when it was black. But all the way around that, got a run right there again, not a problem. Pinholes like this. This is exactly the way the 32 was when I painted it. I started finding pinholes when I started spraying primer, not a big deal. You can see here, this looks a lot better. Got a little bit of an area right there that needs to be addressed. Right there needs to be addressed. Again, all of this is spreading putty and working it. So this is part of the process. Right here is an issue as well. Over here to the hood, again, see these areas on the edge? That all needs to be addressed, and that will be addressed with putty. They're not deep, they're just there. These places right here, this is a little bit of a separation of the laminate. Again, not a problem. I can address that. Right here as well. Now the inside of the doors, I can be a little bit less careful with it because this area right here, and these areas right around here are not even going to show because of weather stripping, the door hinge, and the door latches, and the carpeting that goes in that center with the mat pocket. But again, right here, got an issue right there I've got to fix. All those doors and everything are all like that all the way around. You can see here, that, all of that needs to be addressed, and of course it will be. But the surface of it looks really good, actually. That area that I had that was wavy right here looks really good, no problem. And of course, once I start going over this with block sanding, I'm going to find all sorts of issues that I will want to address. But overall, it's a good start. Again, I did have some issues with primer. I am going to yank all of this back off and do the sanding and everything, and I think I'm going to leave the deck lid and the hood area and the dashboard taped off, but the area around the bottom of the car and everything, I'm going to let that go because I am going to pull the wheels from now on when I start spraying primer or paint on this. I think that's just going to be better off for everybody, including myself and the car itself as well. I'm going to attack these panels one at a time. I've already laid down putty on some of the pinholes and imperfections that I've found. Still working out my recession that I built in here to clearance the air cleaner. Those places there, around the edges. The edges on these panels are always bad because that's where two panels are laminated and glued together. So I'm working on that. Now as far as the panels hanging, I've gotten some areas done. Got a little bit of residual there. Let me get that off of there. I've gotten some of this done here, which this right here is working the underneath of the area where I built up that panel there, and I've got to come in here and work this really well. That's coming. On the trunk lid, the same. Again, areas where the panels are laminated, that's starting to look really good. This area back here on the other side, remember how rough that is? I'm finishing that up. And on the body, if I can walk through here and not kill myself, I've already started locating problem areas and addressing them. There and there, this area here, down here, and here. Walking around. Now, of course, I will find more areas as I get close to this and start actual sanding and blocking, and I will address those as I find them. Again, here, the door jambs on this car were pretty rough, but that's to be expected. That's where panels were cut, and down there. So next, we're going to start 320ing everything, including the putty areas. I will block with 320, reassess, do these panels one at a time. After the 320 phase is done, if it is ready, I'll shoot some more primer and we'll move up to blocking 400. Repeat the process. If I find any other problems, I'll of course putty those, sand those down with 320 as I will before the next level of prime. But the next level is 320 block sanding and sanding those putty areas to get those nice and smooth so I can move on. But after I do the complete 320 process, I'll prime it again, go back with 400, and if everything goes good, I'll prime again and do 600. And then I might immediately move up to 1000 grit without adding primer to see if it is ready for paint. Let's get busy. Well, you can ask yourself, did Larry seriously just sand this entire car? The answer is yes. Can you tell? I know I can. I'm exhausted. But we're actually a little bit better off than I thought we were going to be. Let's look at the panels first. The hood, save from a few minor high spots that I've already addressed, as you can see with the sanding, looks really good. This door looks excellent. The edges of them have smoothed out really well, as you can see. The back side of them looks good. My putty work back here took care of the holes that I had here, pinholes that is, and everything looks nice. Now once I shoot another load of primer on this, it may reveal some more problems, but so far that looks good. The trunk lid, I did spot a few issues on this, specifically right here. Had a little bit of a problem there, so I've gone over that. What I'm going to let that do is I'm going to let that cure. I'm going to go over that and sand that down the same way these places are, and then it'll be ready for another coat of primer. Backside of this door looks really nice, no issues. Moving to the front. All the body work that I did here smoothed out nicely. No problems really at all. The deck lid, man, I'm kind of proud of the deck lid. As rough as that was, I'm impressed with how good it looks now. Moving to the body. This is where we really got lucky. Now last night after finishing up the primer, I found a couple of places I pointed out here, already addressed those. Some areas on the door jambs, specifically here, 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 and around on the other side had some problems. Those have been adequately addressed. Right here as well. So far in my first round of block, which is 320 grit sandpaper, by the way, that was another place I found there and over there on that. I've only found two places I missed. One is right here, which I have marked. That right there. Basically the same type of thing that was on the fender up front that I've already fixed. And also right here, I've got a little bit of a line right there. I'm going to putty those up real fast. Then I'm going to let it cure overnight, come back and hit that again. And we're going to go with a round of primer. And hopefully move up to the 400 grit stage, wet sanding. The thing I love about that putty is real fast acting. You don't have to mix it up or anything. It's just good to go. There we go. That's there. And that has been addressed there. So let the putty on the deck lid and those few places cure overnight. And if if I can still move in the morning, because my arms feel like they're about to fall off, I am going to move forward and we will get busy with that and spray the next round of primer. I am going to, I believe, remove the wheels this time. That way I can get into the fender jam areas a lot better. I'm going to cover up the frame and everything, but I can always, as far as the fiberglass underneath, I can always go back underneath and paint that again. So that's not going to be an issue. I just don't want it getting all over the frame and all over the aluminum. Now, we wait for that to cure, come back the next day, start all over again.
The next day.
Okay, we're back the next morning, and yes, the roar you hear is my heater's going, trying to get it warm in here because it's very cold outside. I do have it about 68, 70 degrees in here. That'll work fine with my reducer, and we're about ready to start painting. I have done some changes to the Cobra body to get it ready. Let's show you what we've done. Busy morning this morning. As I noted yesterday, I have pulled the wheels, and I'm much happier with how this is going to line out because it protects the frame and the exhaust underneath while still giving me access to the wheel arches. So this is going to work just fine. The scrap paper that I am not using anymore, I've done that. My underneath protection is much better taped up now. It's a learning process, but hey, I'm there. If you recall, I had an issue, two spots that I needed to putty up. This one completely smooth, and this one here had a little bit of a low place there. I don't know if you can see it, if I can get this to focus, but we also had a line right there that is taken care of and ready to go. Time to mix some primer, turn my heater off, and get busy spraying. After, of course, I clean everything up. is nothing short of astonishing how much better your results are when all your equipment operates normally and you're not being an idiot not setting things up right. No dry spray this time. I had a little bit of water in the line, which considering my setup over there is not that surprising. That's not a big deal. Again, we're in the sanding phase. I'm going to be able to 400 a lot of this stuff. I found some more pinholes, which is always the case, especially right here. How you miss these, I just don't know, but you do. You can barely see them, but they're right there and right there. The trunk still has some more work to do, which is not at all surprising considering how bad this trunk was. Pinholes right there. Little bit of bumps right there from filler that I didn't see. Hood, man, this hood's looking good. No complaints about the hood on the top side anyway. This door here looks really good too. So I'm kind of lucky it happens that the ones that need more work are both on that one over there. It makes it easier to remember. This right here, of course, got a little bit of a boo-boo right here. I'm just going to sand that down and run with it because, again, this is going to have a map pocket right here. Not a problem. Over here, the hood. Oh, yeah. I am going to sand 400 this, and I'm going to run with it. Not a problem. Over here, this door, little bit of an issue right here. Probably going to go over the putty on that just to be a little bit anal about it. Right here, no complaints. Got a little bit of filler residue right there. Some trash got into my primer as well, but there it goes. It's gone. That's going to just take a sanding. So on this, very few things to mess with. It seemed like I still had one of those laminate separation areas that I needed to address. I can't remember which panel it's on. It actually may be on the hood now that I think about it. May have spoken too soon on it being perfect. No, not on the hood. I do have that right there I've got to address. So I've got a little more work to do on the hood. Not a big deal. Looking at this, that's the funny thing about this is you see it while you're painting and then you get back to work and you don't see anything. It's kind of weird how that happens. But those are really getting close. Again, on the deck lid, little places like that, not a problem. But this, I can't describe how happy I am with this. This right here, I have not seen any more pinholes. The primer layer, I laid it on nice and heavy for build purposes, and it leveled out nicely. It's quite slick considering this is the 320 stage. Man, I have no complaints about this. Look how much better these door jambs look than they did. I'm going to probably fill that just to be a little bit picky. But the door jambs look wonderful compared to where they were. Back here, again, you see these little lips and imperfections right here. The way the weather strip attaches, I'm going to leave that there because it holds onto the weather strip a little bit better. And it's not going to show because the weather strip's going to be over the top of it. Had a water spot right there, big deal. But back here, everywhere, this door jamb here, man, right here needs some work. Just a few areas of putty. This is way further along after the second prime than the coupe was, which is impressive considering how much better the fiberglass work was on this car than on the Cobra. I guess I did a little bit better job prepping everything to get to this stage. Not going to complain either way. And yes, taking the wheels off, much easier to get everything coated the way I needed it to. In case you can't tell, I'm pretty pleased with myself. For a novice primer job, I'll take this every day. We're getting there. And after just a little bit, I have come back and I have marked areas that need attention. Right there on the deck lid. Of course, that is sanding right there, not a problem. Got an issue right there. Got an issue right there. That right there. And I believe that's it for the deck lid. For this door, got a little bit of a nick right there. And I've got a little bit to take care of right there. And of course this right here where I had to build up that panel. That's not surprising. Nothing on the back side of the hood. Got this little spot right there on the door. That's where I was trying to find the delaminate area. That's right there. It's not actually delaminate, it's just a little bit of a low spot in the filler. Right there is a little bit of a pen place. Top of the hood, this door, fantastic, no problems. Again there. Now moving to the body, I found this blemish right here. There's two very small ones. Putty will take care of that and not even sneeze. Going around the side, got these areas right here on the door jamb, as I pointed out, there and there. Moving around the back, no issues, no issues, no issues. Again, when I get ready to wet sand this, I may see some more spots that I need to address. That's where I'll stop myself and get busy. A little more work right here in these areas, and this area right here. All things considering this is only my second coat of primer since starting this process, not bad. The body of the Cobra is sanded 600. I'm going to go over it with a fine-tooth comb, clean everything up, and it is going to be pronounced ready for paint. The doors, which are currently sitting in the Cobra because I'm doing some moving around, as you can see, those and the hood and trunk have been sanded 400. I just have to sand those 600, which shouldn't take too terribly long, and assuming I don't come across any issues with those, they will be ready for paint as well. Now, why am I moving some stuff around? I'm going to be moving the Mustang over one side or the other, and in here in the middle, I'm going to set this up. This is something I purchased off eBay. This is a 12-foot by 20-foot portable garage. It is completely enclosed. It's got windows on the side that I can use as filters, and I'm going to use this, which is an explosion-proof Vevor 10-inch ventilation fan, to create airflow in my shelter there. Put the car in the shelter, put the parts in the shelter, and actually try to use that to paint, both to keep the overspray down in here and also to try to keep the dust down to a minimum. I haven't decided if I'm going to scrub and clean and mop the floor when I put the shelter down, or if I'm just going to go ahead and put a tarp down on it. That is something that will be decided later. So those two pieces right there I got. Now, as far as lighting in this facility, I've decided to cheap out actually. And let me go ahead and plug this in. These are some simple clip-on lights, and using the leftover bulbs that I got for my ceiling, I'm going to order another package of these. I got 4 of these left, and I've got going to order another package of 6, and I'm going to use this clip-on type thing to light up my actual shelter to do the painting. That is the plan, and my next video that you will see is going to be me moving some stuff around, setting this up. I'm going to paint the underside of the hood and the trunk, the inside of the doors, then I'm going to mount them back on the body, and I'm going to paint the car whole. Now, why am I going to do that? Very simple. The color that I have chosen is metallic, and metallics work better if you spray them all at once. You avoid some of the matting, and you can get it to be more uniform and even and actually have it match. This came in today. This is the paint kit that I purchased. In the cold weather, I don't want to leave my paint out in that harsh extreme temperature, so I'm going to leave this in here. This is what I received today. This is a paint kit from Auto Paint HQ. Now, I've already gotten a sample, and I've already painted the jams, which you'll see in just a second, with that sample. But this is the entire kit. Very reasonably priced kit. I've read good reviews about the quality of paint. The guys there are really, really good to deal with, but I did get some paint sticks. I received, this is the activator and some mixing cups. This is a gallon of 4-to-1 clear, a gallon of reducer, and a gallon of paint. Let's take a look at the color and the status of the bodywork now. And now for the color. You can see here that the car is very, very slick. It has been sanded. Here is the color that I have decided to go with right here. It is a very beautiful metallic green. I actually ordered a paint kit from Auto Paint HQ out of St. Louis, Missouri, and the car is going to be this dark, see, you get it out of the light, and it's a nice, comfortable, darker green. Get the light on it, and while this is not a very good representation, you can actually see the metallic in it. And as you can see, I've already painted the hood jamb. I have painted the door jambs as well, and I've painted the area on the trunk. Now I've got a little residual I need to clean up back here because I have been wet sanding, but I have painted the residuals on the trunk. So once I get the underside of the panels painted, get it bolted back together, I'm going to tape everything off again, and we will paint this car a beautiful color, which is called Peacock Green Metallic. And I do like this color very, very much. Why green, you ask? Well, it's quite simple. The colors that the 66 and 67 Street Cobras came in, the most popular color was Rangoon Red. And if you go to Pete Snakebite Kit, look at his car, that is Rangoon Red. The second most popular, it's a little bit different than this, but it is a very similar green to this. It is not a metallic. It's, I believe it's called, it might be the Ivy Green or something like that off of the Mustangs, but it is not a metallic. It's just a standard single stage green. I wanted a little bit more bling than that. This has a nice subtle metallic to it that'll really pop in the sunlight. And the reason I went with green is because most Cobras you see are blue, and the ones that you don't see, or the ones that aren't blue rather, are red. So I wanted something different. I was going back and forth between Guardsman Blue to make it look traditional. I wanted some sort of green, possibly, or even white. We discussed white, but the reason I went with the green is because I looked long and hard. Green was actually my first choice. Couldn't find a shade of green that I was happy with until I got with the guys at Auto Paint HQ. I'm going to be very excited about this. We're getting close to painting it. I'm probably going to be delayed weeks possibly because it's very, very cold. We've got this warning of a snowstorm coming up, and if weather forecast history is any indication, we're expecting anywhere from 1 to 350,000 inches of snow on Saturday, which is 2 days from tonight. So the cold weather is not ideal for spray painting. I do have another torpedo heater in. I just went to an Ace Hardware here local to where I am and picked up another torpedo heater. That makes two. I had them going for a grand total of about 5 minutes, and it brought it from 42 degrees up to 58 degrees in about 5 minutes. So it's going to be plenty to warm this shop. I'm not concerned about that, but that's going to be the deal. Take a look at this Cobra once again, and I'm quite pleased at how slick it turned out. Of course, I did find panels here and there, but it really slicked off nicely. I've got to go over it, of course, with my cleaning solvent, the Prep-All, and I'm also going to use a tack cloth on it right before painting. But it really slicked off nicely. Ran into a couple of incidents when I was doing the 400, particularly here. If you saw the short, I found a dip right here that was a result of the original fiberglass body seam. Apparently I had missed that, and it was really difficult to see. But if you look at that short, you saw the filler that I put on it. That is the final product, and it looks really, really good. The car has really slicked off nicely. It's about as ready as I'm going to get it. It's not perfect. I'm sure when we get the paint on it, it's going to show some stuff that I missed. But outside of spending $10,000, $25,000 for paint or whatever it costs these days, and I understand it's well worth it when you get a professional body shop to do the paint. I'm not dismissing that at all. It's just that kind of thing is not in my budget, so I'm going to do it myself. And plus, the entire purpose of this car was to do it myself. I would rather do it myself and have it nice than have somebody else do it and it be perfect. First of all, the back side of the doors are ready. They're at the 600 sanding stage. All I've got to do is clean them up and try to start shooting some paint. Hopefully we have better results than we did last time. Same for the trunk lid. We've got this back to regular, ready to go area. it is at the 600 stage. The hood, I had a bit of an issue. When I had to strip the paint off of it, I had an issue on this area here where I fixed it. I have since got this fixed, and it's ready to go. I've got to go back with 600 on everything on that and get that prepped. So the good news is these panels are ready to paint again. Why haven't I done that? Well, that's actually quite simple. Coming up this weekend, as a matter of fact, we're on the first weekend of February, and it's going to be Super Bowl Sunday. I don't care anything about football, so I've actually got some plans to do. I'm going to be visiting an old friend of mine and fellow YouTuber, Daily Brew Garage. We're going to be doing some work coming up on my car trailer, and we're going to produce a video on that, so that's going to be coming up. That's one reason why I won't be painting this weekend. But in the meantime, I am trying to get geared up and get my facilities ready to where we can do it. If you look behind me here, I touched on this in a previous video. That is a 12 by 20 portable garage that I'm going to use as a paint booth. I don't have any lights in it right now, but you can kind of get an idea of the scope of this thing just by taking a look at this. It's got windows on both sides. My plan is to put filters on the back windows here, and of course scrub everything out on the inside. That way everything works just fine. But on the back two windows on either side of it, I'm going to be putting filters on it. Now the filters that I've got, I've actually bought. These are US filters. Let me see if I can turn this to where you can actually read it. These are some filters I actually bought on eBay. And they are designed for paint booths. So I'm going to string those up on the outside of that wall so I can filter that in. Now, you might be asking, how am I going to ventilate the area? And as previously mentioned, this right here is an accordion tube for a Vevor fan. This fan right here, which is a 10-inch explosion-proof fan, I got to use that. So my plan is to put the filters on either side of this building in the back, and I'm going to run the fan here and use that tube to run it out to the door to ventilate my paint booth. Now for lighting goes, I actually decided to go the inexpensive route multiple ways. I went and bought a bunch of these. Now these are actually rated to 300 watts. I've got a total of 12 of them, and I've got bulbs very similar to the bulbs up here, which put out an amazing amount of light. I'm actually going to align everything in that shop, ceiling, walls, everything with the bulbs. Those are the bulbs right there that I've got right there, in addition to having some left over from when I put the lights in the shop. So my plan is to use those clamp lights, secure them firmly on the inside. Let me see if I can actually get in here. I don't think you'll be able to see very well. You can see that the car is already in here, and it is ready to paint. It's actually already 600. All I've got to do is put the doors, the trunk, and the hood on it, and it is ready to paint. I've got to do 600 on those panels. That won't take very long. But my plan is to line the ceiling, the walls, and everything with those lights. I'm going to come in here and sweep, mop, scrub the floors, get it very, very clean in here, and that is my plan. Is to, since I'm using a metallic color, I'm going to paint this all in one pass. I'm seeing if I can get some light in here. You can see that I've got absolutely adequate room to go all the way around this car and paint it. So I've got plenty of room. This is not going to be a sterile environment like a paint booth, but it will have adequate ventilation. Once I get the ventilation hooked up, I'll have plenty of light. And it'll certainly be cleaner than just painting it outside or painting it in the shop, and I won't be getting overspray on everything in my shop. So just to summarize, we're going to try to paint the underside of these panels. I'm then going to sand the underside of the top side of all of these panels at the 600. They're at 400 stage now. I'm going to wet sand those 600, mount them on the car. I've got my facility here constructed inside my shop. Filters, lights, and of course my Fuji Systems Mini Mic 4, which I also use to paint the 32 Ford. And now that I have the situation figured out on the actual needles, I've got the 1.4 spray needle in this one ready to shoot the paint. I've got a 1.0 for the clear that will be here today. Then it's simply a matter of waiting for decent weather and warm temperatures so I can lay down the paint. First of all, let me say, Auto Paint HQ, no complaints whatsoever. Good quality stuff, and I think this turned out really nice. Let me put some light on it here so you can actually see what the color looks like. Of course, I've got a little bit of dirt nibs in it everywhere. The Decklit's got quite a few dirt nibs in it. If I wanted to get real special on that, I can do some do a cut and buff on this, because this is clear coat. The other door here, jams look good. Much better results this time. Take a look at that color though. The metallic laid down really nice. Again, got a little bit of dirt in it. I can get that off in the cut and buff. But again, the doors have a pocket and door panel that go on it, so it's not that critical. This was a little bit rougher. I had a little bit of an issue with a drip on my gun, but you can see this color just looks really nice. I had a drip in one or two places. I can cut and buff that out, no problem. The issue was, let me show you my gun and I can show you exactly what caused that problem. The way this paint gun works is it's got this little thing right here where a piece of surgical tubing runs to pressurize the actual canister. And you've got a check valve on it. If I can get it to hold still, you got a check valve on it, and it runs to that canister, so it pressurizes it and be sure and pulls the fluid out. Well, the tubing that I was using on the gun as I was spraying the clear is this. It wasn't sealing very well, and I was kind of afraid of that because it felt kind of loose. I need to get some more tubing on it, but it was a little bit of a drip there. That's what caused a drip in two places on the deck lid. That's not a problem though. Like I said, I can sand that out. It was just a minor detail, but I can't stress how much I like this color. I think the whole car is going to look good. And of course the car is going to be sprayed in more sterile conditions, so I'm not going to have the dust nibs. Plus you can get all that out in cut and buff, but look at that. The metallic worked out really well. This is my first attempt at spraying metallic on a large basis like this. And I have to say, I'm pretty pleased with the results. Now what I did on this is I was using, for the base coat, I was using the number 4 Fuji tip, which is a 1.4 millimeter. This is where I ran into problems before. If you recall, I had the number 5 on it, not thinking about it because I didn't even remember that I had that number 5 tip, and I was producing way too much volume of material, and that's what caused the initial runs and all the other difficulties. I also picked up this in the interim, which this is a number 3 tip, which is a 1.0. This is what I use for clear. So in the future, the number 5 tip will be for primer, the number 4 tip will be base coat, the number 3 tip will be for my clear coat. It laid down, atomized really well. Absolutely love the color. And I think it's going to turn out very nicely once everything is said and done. Here we are now, 10:45 in the morning. Right about 2 hours later, the base coat is down. No, it's not perfect. It's not without problems. I have one little run on the bottom of the driver's side quarter. Primarily my fault because I accidentally brushed up against it while I was painting. Novice mistake. Those are going to happen, but I managed to get it good enough. I'm going to clear it. I'm just going to run with it. I'm going to drive this car. I'm not worried about it being a show car. Let's take a look. Overall, my paint booth worked really well. I got some garbage in it, hair off of me, even though I was wearing a hat painting it. I put that on after I videotaped a little bit, but so that might have happened after before that happened. But overall, it's flashing off now. Looks good. Let's take a look. Of course, it's not going to have the shine. This is base coat. The area of the run that I had is right there. You can barely see it, but it is there. Overall, the metallic laid down really well, and I did what YouTube recommends and did the dust coat afterwards, and it turned out really well. This is about 3 to 4 coats. I'm glad I went ahead and got the extra quart of base because I used every bit of the gallon on this. Overall, I got really good coverage. The color is consistent. That's what I was worried about painting this metallic because, as you know, you got to get the coats right to do it. And it looks shiny in some places and others not. Got a little bit of overspray on that. I'll have to clean that off. That's not a problem. Had a run right there I was able to fix. Reason it's shiny in some areas and others it's not is those are the last places that I painted. Those areas back there have flashed off already. These are still in the process. Also had a run up here, had a piece of trash right there. Again, not going to worry about that. Overall, I'll take it. Now, as far as what's next, let me get this light out of the way here. As far as what's next, I'm going to go in the house and I'm going to wait until about 1 o'clock, which is about 2 hours from now. I'll give this plenty of time to flash. It says you need to give it a minimum of 60 minutes or a couple of hours. You have to paint it within 8 hours. So I'm going to come back out here at 1 o'clock and I'm going to start laying down the clear. Okay, here we are about 2 hours and 10 minutes later. It has flashed off very nicely. I'm going to raise the canopy here, get some heat in here, try to warm things up a little bit, and see if we can get some clear coat on this. I'm happy with how this flashed off. Yes, it's got dirt nibs in it. Yes, it's got contaminants. No, it's not perfect. But for what I'm doing on this car, and the purpose of it being I did the work, I'm very pleased with it. I just hope I can get the clear to lay down properly. Assuming that, we'll get going. Here we are, 2:30 in the afternoon. I actually started back about 12:45, so hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours later. It has trash in it, of course, because it's in a garage, not in a controlled environment. Has some imperfections, but with a cut and buff, I can improve it. The important thing is, I think it looks great. Is it a $10,000 professional paint job? Absolutely not, but I'm happy with it. Let's take a look. Of course, under these direct lights, it's going to be really showing the trash badly. You can see it there. Get it out in the light of day, and of course, once I do the cut and buff, it'll be much better. But the clear laid on really, really nicely. The color is perfect, exactly what I wanted. Got a few runs here and there. Again, cut and buff will take care of that. The important thing is I'm happy with it, and I think it looks great. And I cannot wait for the next couple of days to pass. I'm going to let this thing stay right here and dry thoroughly over the next couple of days. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this anymore, so I'm going to just take it easy and let this thing cure out, air out, and get it done. Eventually I will do the cut and buff, but I'm going to put it back together and do all that because it says you can cut and buff after about 7 to 10 days. I think it needs about a month, about 30 days to really cure out and become solid before I get carried away with any cut and buff. So I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to come out here probably Tuesday or Wednesday in a couple of days and take all the tape off. Take my facility down. I've got overspray underneath, can't be helped. I'm going to correct all of that. And I'm going to start putting this thing together in the coming weeks. I have no complaints. Again, is it perfect? No. But you know, for a garage paint job, I'll take it because it looks good to me. And after all, isn't that what it's about? I love how it sounds like I'm walking on a movie theater floor because of the stickiness of this clear coat. But let's take a look at this. You know, that clear really lays down nice and flat. I don't really have any complaints about that whatsoever. I just think this is beautiful. Again, is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's far from it. But it's going to make a nice driver, and it's going to make a beautiful car. I'm really pleased with how this turned out. And I also love the fact, and you've heard me say this on the channel dozens of times, I love how I do not have a hood scoop. Do not have the roller bar. The street version turned out really good, and I cannot wait to get this thing together. Up next, I'm going to let this thing cure. I may have said it already, but I'm going to let this thing cure over the next couple of days before I do anything at all. Then it's a matter of removing the tape. I've got some overspray underneath and things of that nature that I'm going to use some brush on, undercoating and everything, take care of that. Clean up the overspray. And then I'm going to start putting this car together. These lights aren't exactly flattering, but I'll take it. I love how you see these bars across. That's the reflection of these in it. That's cool. I'm happy. Well, for my second ever paint job, I'll take it. I can make it better again with the cleanup processes, but for right now, I'm going to let this thing sit for a couple of days, let it dry out completely, come back out here and get busy again. This also will allow me to take down my facility here, regain the space back in my shop, move things back around, and I can get all the other lights. It doesn't do it a lot of justice, so we're going to do this. Bam. Some imperfections. That right there was a boo-boo that I did. It's got a few scratches here and there. But again, this is the second time I've painted a car, and the first time I've done a cut and buff, because this car had a matte finish on it. Can't cut and buff those. But to be honest with you, it's good enough for me.
Is it perfect again? Absolutely not. It has plenty of imperfections in it, but I have the joy of knowing that it's mine. I did it all, with a couple of exceptions, like getting the EFI dialed in. I didn't do that, but everything else I've done myself, and I think it's going to be a nice car. I had some really bad orange peel right here. The Cut and Buff managed to get most of it out. It's got a little bit in it, but like I said, it will do what I want it to do. This is the door right here that really gave me a lot of problems. The clear blushed right here, there's nothing I can do about that without reshooting it, and I'm not going to do that. Again, it's got the windshield that goes right there, so it's going to be not really noticeable. The door, I managed to save it. I was quite happy about that. The side panels are really good. And overall, again, got to get the dust off of it. We'll clean that up. I've already started getting some of the stuff together. I've got the tail lights, the license plate light, the trunk lid, the fuel filler, which I've still got to ground the fuel filler neck, but I've also got those hooked back up, all the wiring run, and the weather strip on the deck lid as well. Again, I've got to come in here and do that. That orange peel you had right there is going to be covered by the license plate, so I wasn't too worked up about that. I'll know it's there, which will bug the crap out of me, but nobody else will know. But for a car that I've done myself and honestly have never really put any kind of a paint job on anything other than the 32, this is the first time I've had to do a base coat clear coat with a gloss clear. I'm satisfied. In the future, if I get better at painting, I may strip the car back down and paint it again. But for now, it will do. And I'm looking forward to getting this car together. Now, what comes next? Well, we're going to start assembly. I've got aluminum pieces to put in. If you can see these, I don't know if you can or not, but these right here are aluminum interior pieces that line the doors and things like that. Those are going to go in. I'm going to put other things on it. Let me show you what we've got here. I'm going to put the chrome pieces for the windshield wiper posts on. I can put those in. There are aluminum pieces for the nose that go around the nose. I'm going to paint those and put them in. There's these pieces here which finish out the wheel well and close that off. Those have got to go in. I'm going to paint those as well. My splitter, which I've already painted. The mesh that goes into the vents there, and there. Those are painted over there, so that's good to go. Of course, I can put the headlights in, the bumpers, the signal lights / parking lights. All of that stuff can go in now. The windshield frame, the mounts for the hood, all the weather stripping for the doors and for the hood. I've already got it in for the trunk. But basically, we're going to start final assembly, which I'm looking forward to. This car is a long way from perfect, but it will do what I want it to do. And I think once I get everything together, I'll look pretty good going down the road in this thing. I'm not too upset about it at all. I'm actually very happy about with the way things turned out with it. Now it's just a matter of getting the rest of it together. I do love the color. It is the right color, even though I could have executed it better. It is the right color. Now the mesh pieces I was talking about, I've painted those the same color as the front splitter and the side levers. These pieces right here. I've also got bumpers to put on. That's going to be fun because I always like these with the bumpers. So many people don't put them on, but I love the bumpers on these cars. That will get on. I did manage to get, you notice when we were painting, this door was not lined up. I did manage to get it lined up very nicely. So it's good to go. It's just a matter of getting this thing together now. Now, hedging my bets on this, I did not show myself doing the cut and buff. Very simple. I'd never done it before. I was very nervous about it. And honestly, I wasn't really in the mood for a lot of critiques of people saying, oh, you're doing that wrong. I know I did it wrong, but I'm satisfied with the results. I am going to start final assembly now, and those things I will put on the next video. Well, after several days of work getting the interior ready, had a lot to do. Install the carpet was one of the things in figuring out that mess. I still have not touched the trunk yet as of right now, but I have done this. Coming over to the side of the car, the screwdrivers represent the holes where the seats go. The carpet is in. I've also got the seat belts done. That bolts to the seat here. Got a piece that goes here to go across for the lap belt. But under there, you can see that I've got that taken care of. The carpet is in. The carpet isn't perfect, but to be honest with you, I'm not really that impressed with this carpet kit. It is not enormously high quality. I mean, it feels good, but the actual carpet itself is a little bit cheap. And they do make a premium carpet kit for these. Had I known how this was at the time that I ordered the kit, I would have moved forward with it. But I've got to, at this point, I'm going to mount the shifter and the shifter boot, and then I'm going to go forth and mount the seats, because we are almost there. Taking a look at how this looks, walk around. Actually looks really nice. It will definitely do for a driver. Come around to the other side again. Not perfect, but it will work. I'm going to try on this area right here to come up with some pinch weld or something that I can use to make that look a little bit nicer. Still on the fence on what I need to do about that. This is an ongoing issue with Hurricane Cobras, and there's about any number of absolute fixes for that. One other thing I have done is I went ahead and I came up with an alternate mirror plan because I did not want to drill into the windshield frame. These are clamp-on types. They're actually designed by Union Pacific to go into street rods. This is a lengthening bar that you can get with it, and I've got it on both sides. I think that looks really good with the street roadster vibe that I'm going with. There's the seat belts once again. Carpet is in. I've still got to do the carpet in the trunk. That, probably going to screw myself by saying this, but from what I can see, that is a little bit easier than dealing with the carpet inside the actual car. You got a trim to fit, and so far, I think it's okay. Shifter boot, shifter, seats. That's what's next. Then we're going to attack the trunk. Interior is just about done. I'm going to get some cleaning supplies to polish up the aluminum on this. Got my mirrors, got the windshield in, got the sun visors. I'm not going to be able to use the wind wings due to my mirrors. That's no big deal. I've got to clean up in here, and I've still got to put the passenger seat in. The seat belts are in position. The screws I need 4 for the shifter boot and 4 for the boot to the emergency brake handle. Once I get those screws in on Thursday, I'll screw those down, and considering the location of this one, I'm going to wait until I get the screws in before I actually put the passenger seat in. Trunk carpeting, it's kind of haphazard, but it's a trunk and it's going to carry things. It's going to work. Battery is back in it. I even cranked the car up. It looks good. Shutting this down here. Good to go. Everything's sealed up nice. Should be good.
One of the penalties of being in a rural area, you're the last on the list for UPS to arrive. It is about 6:30 in the evening. I don't have much time left in the evening, but I finally got my screws. I'm going to try to go ahead and put the sifter boots on. I couldn't video it because I'm a solo operation, but I just took it for its inaugural drive, put a little over a mile on it, just down the road to see if it would go through the gears. She runs and drives beautifully, no complaints whatsoever. I've only got a few things left to do, one of which I cannot do, and that is a full alignment on it. I'm going to have to get somebody to do an alignment on it because that's a little bit beyond me. I also have to put the safety wire on the wheels. I don't want to drive it too much until I get those on there. The knockoffs have safety wire. Those parts will be here in a few days, and I will go ahead and do that. But with a few minor caveats, I am pronouncing this project complete. It is done, and I could not be happier with it. She's beautiful, she runs great, just absolutely stunning to drive, lots of power. I did get on it just a little bit just to check it out and test it. She runs wonderfully, the mirrors work beautifully, everything is just phenomenal. I am going to pronounce this project, as much as any project can be done, I'm going to pronounce this one done. Of course, the safety wire and the alignment aside, I do have an alignment shop that I can take it to, but they're closed on Fridays, so I am going to have to find another day to do that. But she is done, and she is beautiful, and I am so proud of it. Now, of course, like I stated, no project is ever done. I'm sure there's going to be some things come up that I need to do on it. I've got some trim pieces on to go on the interior to trim out the carpet to make it look a little bit better. That's minor stuff. That's parts on the way. That'll take 5 minutes to install once I get it done. The wire and the safety wire rather, and the tubing for the wire to keep it from damaging the wheels, that is on its way too. So as soon as that comes in, I'll go ahead and do that. I may do a video on that. I may not. But because that's very incidental, and I am going to take it to the alignment shop. Now it's just simply a matter of paying the enormous sales tax on it and getting the thing licensed and titled. That should be an interesting endeavor too. It's going to be a couple $1,000s at least on the taxes to get it ready to license, so it may take me a little bit of time to do that, but for the most part, she's beautiful and she runs great. I am very proud of this car. Essentially, this is it. The way this is the spinner that holds the wheel onto place. Previous video you saw me put on the safety wire. That is what holds the wheel on. Now, the method that you use to actually ensure that those are tight and they don't come off the car while you're going down the road is this. It's actually a very old school and crude way of dealing with it. It's a lead hammer. This is I believe, a 3 or 4 pound hammer. Basically, you just tighten it on there and then you give the ears of that knockoff wax until it changes tone, and then allegedly it's tight enough and it should be good to go. The safety wire is not there to keep it on. The safety wire is there to act as a warning to let you know that the knockoff is coming loose. So that way you know to actually tighten them down. Of course, they also recommend you retorque these and tighten them down and check them about every 50, 100, 150 miles, depending on who you ask. I never was comfortable with this for a couple of reasons. Number one, the deep dish wheels on the back, you saw how inset the knockoff was, it's difficult to get a good whack on it with the hammer. That made me nervous. Also, I'm not exactly a brute force guy, and my ears are bad, so I never am 100% sure that I got it hit to where the tone changes and you could actually ensure that they were tight. They probably are, chances are they are, but this is your wheels you're talking about. You don't want to be going 70 miles an hour down the freeway and have a wheel fly off. That can cause a bad day. I've been looking high and low for a better way to deal with this. I've got the hammer, and as you can tell, I've been using it, but I wanted to find a better way. I did find a tool. It was enormously expensive. But we're talking safety here on a car that's many, many thousands of dollars. So I wanted to ensure that that was the case. So I finally gritted my teeth, bit the bullet, and purchased this. Now this is from a company that if you go online, it's knockoffspinnertool.com. And it turns out this is just an independent guy that manufactures this tool. It works really well, allegedly, to not only make sure that they're as tight as they're supposed to be using torque, but also they ensure that if they get seized up over time and become difficult to get off, this makes it a little easier to get it off. Now, I just received this today. This tool is nothing to sneeze at. It is $370. I opted for the 3/4 size socket attachment as opposed to the 1/2 inch, because the 3/4 size gives you a stronger wrench in case they get really, really seized into place. So I went with the bigger one. I'm just going to use it. From what I'm reading in the literature, about 200 to 250 pounds is the torque rating that they recommend on these. I have a 1/2 inch torque wrench that reaches 250 pounds, so I'm going to use that, but I am going to get myself an adapter to adapt that 1/2 inch drive torque wrench to 3/4 to fit this. And I'm also going to get a breaker bar that's a 3/4 inch breaker bar. That way I make sure that if this thing does get seized up, I've got a wrench that's going to help me get it off without breaking the wrench. Well, let's take a look at what we've got here. Getting the box out here. Comes in a bag. And you can see the logo there. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Now I haven't gotten my adapter or my breaker bar as of yet, so that will be today's errand because I literally just got this in today. Let's see what we have here. It's a wheel chock that basically when you jack the car up a little bit, you put this chock on there to make sure the wheel doesn't spin while you're trying to loosen or tighten the actual spinner. So that's handy. This is the 3/4 inch drive socket. And you can see that the fact that it's black, it's impact rated, which is kind of cool. This is a 46 millimeter impact socket that's 3/4 drive. I may go ahead and try to find myself a 46 millimeter 1/2 inch drive as well. That way I've got both of them. So that's kind of cool. It comes in a nice package that keeps it from rattling around. I do believe I am going to investigate, see if I can find myself a 46 millimeter 1/2 inch drive as well. That way I don't have to get the actual adapter. I'll be sure and consult Harbor Freight for that. But this is the gist of the tool. Let's take a look at this. It's bigger than I expected it to be. And I have to say, it's a nice piece. You've got protection here to keep from gouging your wheels. The socket goes onto that, and you've got undo left and undo right, because on these, which direction you tighten and loosen depends on which side of the car it's on. And allegedly this fits over the spinner. Then you hook this up and you tighten and loosen accordingly. And I have to say, this is obviously a CNC piece of aluminum, built with aluminum. That would explain why it costs what it does. And I have to say, it's very nice, very well made. Let's see how it fits on the wheel. Now basically, if I'm reading this right, this basically fits like this, and you tighten and loosen accordingly. And I have to say, it fits perfectly. This will allow me to get a torque wrench and a breakover bar, as opposed to just beating the daylights out of the ears on these. I've seen many pictures where people use the hammer and these ears break off occasionally. These things are expensive. I don't want to damage it. This way you're actually gripping all three of the ears simultaneously, and just seems to be a much better solution. I'm kind of impressed by that. Of course, I'm going to get the torque wrench and the breakover bar, and I'm going to tighten and make sure just to see how much more tight I can get this as compared to the hammer method, because these were hammered on originally. But I think this is, even though this is an enormously expensive tool, I think it's going to be worth the investment if it saves the wheels from flying off the car. Now, in a perfect world, would I spend $370 for a tool for one car that I have that has one purpose? No, obviously not. But the fact of the matter is I looked high and low for a type of tool that does this, that isn't a hammer. This is literally the only solution I found. I found one other guy online, I don't even remember what it was, but this was some time ago, that built a tool similar to this. I don't remember the price he was asking for it, and to my knowledge, he's no longer doing that. So, this was my option for having a tool that wasn't the hammer. Considering the quality and workmanship that's going into this tool, it fits my wheels perfectly, and it will work just fine. Yeah, it was $370 plus $18 freight, but pretty cheap insurance when you consider the fact of what it's actually connecting and what it's making sure that it's tight enough. So, knockoff tool, well, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, knockoffspinnertool.com is where I got this. If you have a Cobra or a GT40 with the Halabrand three-wing knockoffs, this is what it gets. He also sells them for the two-wing spinners that go on Jaguars and other type of cars as well. I am not endorsed or am I paid to advertise this. This is just a review that I wanted to do on this tool. So if you've got a Cobra owner out there that's using pen drive wheels, and if you're like me, you are not really comfortable with the hammer method, I think this is going to be a really, really good solution, because this thing is heavy, it's made out of billet, and it's really well made. I'm impressed. I give it 5 stars, It fits perfectly. It also has the pieces here to protect your knockoffs to make sure you don't do any damage while you're tightening and loosening them. It's a good plan. As far as the Cobra goes, we're in the midst of doing the paperwork trying to get it licensed, and that is something that we will be doing as we're allowed. Basically step one in that process, and I'm going to do a complete video on how to license the car, but understand when I do that, that will be for the state that I am in, and your state and or country that you're in will vary on how this actually gets done. So be sure and keep that in mind when that video is released. But as far as that goes, the first step was getting a state police trooper to come out and inspect the car, which I got that done. He filled out some paperwork, gave me the paperwork. I then had to send that and a special form off to the office for bonded titles. Since this is a factory kit car or replica car, it does not have a title. It does have a MSO, a manufacturer statement of origin, and it has a serial number on it that they assign for the frame. Step one is getting that bonded title. When I get the recommendation back from the agency that handles bonded titles, they will basically say move forward with the next step. I then have to go purchase a surety bond, which I had to do on the bonded title on the 66 Mustang, and then I can get the car titled, event assignment done, pay the sales tax, and get the tags on it. So that is the process in a nutshell, but I will go through that in detail in a future video. But in the meantime, I'm so glad. I'm not glad it cost as much as it did, but it's obviously worth it considering the craftsmanship that goes into this tool, and I'm very glad I came up with a solution that is better than hammering the thing on with a lead hammer and possibly breaking it and not getting it tight enough and all the things that go into that. So I will, of course, give you updates when I get ready to use this for real, because I do have to get the breaker bar that fits the socket that I have. I don't have any 3/4 inch drive tools, so I'm going to be sure and do that, and I'll of course use my torque wrench to check the torque values. I'm going to double check the figures, but from what I see in the documentation that came with the tool, it looks like this is a recommendation. Let's see, it says if you have recently used your standard hammer swing, use anti-seize on them, make a mark, blah blah blah, loosen them with the hammer swing and retighten with the torque wrench to the 200 to 220 pound torque settings to see how the marks line up. So he's recommending around 200 to 220 pounds. That is within the specs of my 1/2 inch drive torque wrench, but I wanted to be sure and get the 3/4 and get a 3/4 breaker bar. That way, if these things get seized up real good, I've got a wrench with the muscle that will enable me to actually get the thing off of there. That's important.
What's going on, folks? Now, first of all, I'd like to apologize. This is going to be a quick video that wasn't necessarily planned today. And I do apologize. I'm using my phone, so all the writing and everything is going to be backwards on this, so I can actually monitor myself, make sure I stay on the camera and everything. Now, the reason this video is taking place today, Cobra documents. As you know, the Cobra, with the exception of an alignment and getting the tags renewed, it's pretty much done. Or not renewed, rather, on the tags, but actually getting it licensed, getting it titled, and things like that. Now, what I'm going to share with you today is I'm going to share with you the process in the state of Arkansas for licensing, registering, titling a replica car in this state. It's an involved process. It is not consistent with the other 49 states in the Union. So be sure and consult your local area to be sure and know the guidelines that you have to follow within there. But as far as this one goes, this is what it's done. I'm also going to give you a little bit of a cost breakdown as well. A rough estimate. I don't have a calculator in front of me and I don't do math very well, so I'm going to be sure and just give you a rough estimate of what we had to do. Now basically, when you purchase a Hurricane Cobra, and from most kit car manufacturers, replica car manufacturers, you will get a document similar to this. And again, I apologize, it is backwards. What this is an MSO, or a manufacturer statement of origin. In this particular case, it says Hurricane Motors LLC, body type is 1965 Hurricane 427 Roadster. It's got my vehicle identification number on the MSO is simply the chassis number that they assign it. That is the Hurricane number. It also has information on where it was purchased, in this case Lake City, Iowa, because if you remember, I purchased this before it sold and moved to Indiana and then to Arizona. But that is the basis, plus I also have as the basis of the information moving forward the receipt bill of sale that I had purchasing the automobile. That was the total price that I paid for the car to get it here. Now, the first step in this process, the process you have to go through in the state of Arkansas is called the bonded title process. What that is a protected title that you guarantee with a line of credit or a surety bond in order to title the vehicle and such. I had to do this on the '66 Mustang for a different reason. It's not a kit car, but I still had to go through the bonded title process because the title I got from the individual I bought it from was 2 sellers old. In other words, he purchased it from someone whose name was on the title, never had the title changed over into his name and before he sold it to me, and he signed off on it, so I had to bond the title on that. But essentially, the first step in doing the bonded title in the state of Arkansas is you have to obtain an inspection from law enforcement. And in the case of the state of Arkansas, the law enforcement agency is the Arkansas State Police. You contact their dispatch line. They send somebody out to inspect the car, inspect the VIN, and things like that. And this is what you get. Once the inspection is done, you see this. And of course, again, I apologize for it being backwards, but this is an Arkansas State Police Certificate of VIN inspection to be completed by law enforcement officers. Now, in this case, in the state of Arkansas, on cars that do not have a VIN from a factory, because they're not factory cars, they have a step-by-step process that they select the VIN. If you have an MSO, they go with the chassis assignment as long as it's on the frame what that chassis number is. If you do not have a chassis number, and I apologize for my dog going nuts, apparently I've got another shipment for the Mustang coming in, but if you don't have a VIN attached or a number attached to the frame the way Hurricane does, they then go to the engine numbers. If you don't have engine numbers, then the state of Arkansas will assign a VIN at that point. In this case, they did assign the Hurricane Motors chassis number that is welded onto the frame. Sorry about that, the UPS guy got here and the dogs went nuts. Anyway, the step-by-step process again, frame number assigned at the factory, then to the motor, and then if not, the state of Arkansas will assign a VIN number. In this case, my VIN is the chassis number assigned from Hurricane Motors. So mine is HM, whatever the number is, that was assigned the VIN number. In this case, the state trooper came to my house, invested the vehicle. I showed him where everything was, showed him where the chassis number was welded onto the side of the vehicle. And he, for a $25 fee, which is paid at the time of licensing, gave me this document. Then, after achieving that document, I had to complete this. This is a Form 10-345, State of Arkansas Statement of Facts for Issuance of a Bonded Title. And very simply, you just fill it out at the top of the screen. It has the year, make, model, body style, dimensions of mobile home, if it's a mobile home, the vehicle identification number, which I was instructed to put that number that the state trooper gave it on there. Briefly explain the kit, in this case, kit purchased from Hurricane Motors LLC. See enclosed copy of the MSO, because I did send them a copy of the MSO. The address on the MSO, of course, had changed because I was living in Texas at the time, so I made sure and told them that. The applicant's name, which is me, of course, my address, all my contact information. Then I send it to the Department of Finance and Administration, which is the Arkansas version of the DMV, Office of Motor Vehicles Bonded Titles, and you wait, and you wait, and you wait. This is an office that's very small, and they're apparently very busy. It took about 2.5, 3 months to get this approved. Once it was approved, they returned my copies of all my documents back, including the MSO. And then at that point, if I can find my information here, they return a document. Sorry, it took me a minute to find it. They returned this document here, which is Office of Motor Vehicles Bonded Title, vehicle reference, the description of the vehicle, which in this case is 1965 Hurricane 427 Roadster, the VIN number, to whom it may concern, and it states that the bonded title procedures for the Arkansas Certificate of Title in the above reference vehicle They requested approval for it. You have to get approval for it. What they do is they research the VIN number, make sure it's not stolen, make sure it wasn't reported lost or anything like that. This, of course, was a brand new purchase from me. I'm the only person that's ever owned it, so that was never going to be an issue. And then they note that you have to obtain a surety bond, irrevocable letter of credit, or a certificate of deposit in the assignment amount. Now, in the state of the Arkansas, they have an arbitrary number. I don't know where they get the number at what the vehicle is worth, and then they have to multiply that times 1.5 to come up with the value of the bond that is necessary to be on it. That way the bond is insured to cover the entire vehicle. I did run into a little bit of a snag on this because the first time that they looked at this, they valued it comparing it to much more expensive kits like Kirkland, which are hundreds of thousands of dollars, Backdraft and other ones. I had to advise them that's not the case. And also, apparently, it makes a difference that if it's a 427 Street versus a 427 SC. Mine is a 427 Street. After discussing them, they had initially valued that 1.5 multiplication figure at almost $90,000, which is going to kill me on the price of the bond because the bond is 1% of that. So after contacting them, explaining the situation, advising them that I had the purchase information and everything with it, told them that it was 427 Street, they then revised that to a value of about $39,000, which in all honesty is the value of one of these at this point, roughly, depending on the build, of course, and a number of other things. Multiplied down 1.5, it came up to around $56,000 at that point. Still a bit of an ouch, but it's an expensive car. I knew I had to deal with that at that point. So once that was done, I had that in hand with the corrected number on it. I then had to find someone to sell me a surety bond. In this case, I went to the same location at an office that's about 15 miles from me. It's a company that sells bonds using a specific bond company, and I had to purchase the bond. That, after all was figured, was $551 and change based on the $55,100 and whatever dollars value it was. The bond was 1% of that. I had to purchase the bond. Once I got the bond in hand, then I had to find insurance and get it insured. Now that is fairly easy. I had been using Haggerty Insurance for a long time for my collector cars. Haggerty is an excellent company. I have absolutely no problem with Haggerty whatsoever, other than the fact that the rates have gotten a little bit high lately. And when I got a quote from Haggerty on this car, I thought to myself, well, I've heard from other people that Grundy is a good company to deal with and they're considerably less expensive. Sure enough, I got a quote from them. It was certainly doable. Got the insurance quote from them, paid the fee after it went through underwriting and they approved it, and then waited a couple of days for it to clear underwriting, got my proof of insurance. Now, once I had my bond in hand, my letter back from the bonded title people, the MSO, my proof of insurance, all the documents that you've heard me talk about, and then I had to take all of that up to, in Arkansas, it's called the DFA, the Department of Finance Administration. In your case, it's probably a DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles. Either way, it's the same office. You take it, all this information up there in the state of Arkansas. The first thing I had to do was add it to my personal property assessment. If I still lived in the state of Texas, that would not have been a necessary step because Texas does not have personal property tax. Arkansas does, so I had to assess it. I had to get a copy of my paid personal property tax assessment for the previous year because in the state of Arkansas that runs behind. And then I take all those documents to the DFA office to get my tags. The good news is it was in and out, no big deal. Didn't take long. I had to pay sales tax at that point because you don't pay sales tax on a car when you purchase it. You do that at the time of tax, title, and license. That's the tax part of tax, title, and license. The total cost of the state sales tax in the state of Arkansas on a vehicle that was valued at the sale price that I did was 6.5%, came up to about $1,700 and change. So when you consider the price of insurance, the price of the bond, the price of the tax, and the $25 fee, this entire endeavor was right around $2,300 to get it licensed. The good news is I've done this before. It is a very cumbersome and clanky procedure to go through, a lot of moving parts. Once I understood from the DFA that I had to go through the bonded title procedure, it was not a big deal. I knew exactly what I needed to do. We went from there. The entire process took a little over 3.5 months by the, sending off for the bonded title, waiting for the officer to come and inspect the vehicle, which took 2 or 3 days, because I live in a very rural area. There's only a handful of officers that even patrol this area, which is good to know for future reference. But anyway, once I got all of that done, it took approximately 3.5 to 4 months to get done. The good news is the Cobra's titled, it's tagged, and ready to go. Quite a bit of a step-by-step process, but once I get an alignment on this, it'll be ready to drive. It's insured, it's tagged, it's a car, it's ready to go. Again, I cannot stress enough that your mileage may vary. If you live in a different state from the state of Arkansas, it will be a different procedure. It's my understanding. I had looked into this in Texas. It's a similar procedure. You don't have to go through the bonded title route. They simply assign a VIN number and usually will title the vehicle as whatever the engine came out of, or some replica car or something like that. My title will say 1965 Hurricane 427. That is what they called it on the MSO. That's what they're going to call it on the title, so that it is tagged and titled as a 1965 vintage car. I'm happy about that. And of course, moving some stuff around in the shop. Doing a little bit of touch-up work on that one right there. But the Cobra is now one step away from me basically being done with, and that's a front end alignment. The reason is as we've gone through on this video, you will notice she is completely licensed and legal now, insurance on it. I was considering getting a personalized license plate, and I may very well still do that. But to be honest with you, the tag that they put on it temporarily until I applied for that is just so dang funny. While I don't weigh that much, I may just leave it alone, because honestly, I get a chuckle out of it, and so have a couple of friends I've shared it with. But for the first time in a while, I cranked her up, let it run through a heat cycle, backed it up, put it in its standard location right there, and it is licensed and ready to drive other than the front end alignment. I'm so happy about that. But I hope this was informative for you. Every state is different on licensing procedures. I cannot stress that enough. So be sure you check with your local area before moving forward on licensing. But it is an expensive and time-consuming endeavor in Arkansas to get it done. But the good news is we got it done. Just a quick video to bring you up to date on that. I appreciate you joining me. Be sure and hit like and subscribe. More Cobra content coming up, I'm sure, in the future. But